I'm waiting for you. Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Bandar Al Kharayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, I invite His Royal Highness to honour the signing of the Saudi Exim Bank and Sabat credit letter of insurance, agreement. Thank you.
think we have just a slight delay, as you saw, but what an exciting moment for us to have that letter of credit agreement signed and witnessed here today by no less than His Royal Highness. My name is Gavin Collery. I'm in some ways the founder of the Melbourne Mining Club, and I'm your host or MC for this session here at the Future Minerals Forum 24. I noticed that we have 16,000 delegates this year, which is an outstanding number of delegates, and we're witnessing close to $20 billion in deals that are being done. Today we have, right throughout the centre here, an extraordinary program, a matrix of programs, and one of those is here right now for the Lands of Opportunity. And this is one of several theatres that we have. But in here, the Lands of Opportunity, we have some exciting moments during today. We have sessions with the DRC, with the UK, with Pakistan, with Northern Ireland, Nigeria, Ghana, China, East Africa, Kazakhstan, South Africa, Uganda, and of course, our host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our first country spotlight today is with the Democratic Republic of Congo. And joining me today is Professor Dieudonné Louis Tambwe, the Deputy Coordinator of the Cellule Technique de Coordination et de Planification, or the CTC-PM, for the Democratic Republic of Congo Ministry of Mines. So ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in welcoming Professor Tambwe to the stage. Professor, please join me. Okay. Well, thank you, Professor, for joining us today. We hear a great deal about the DRC and how valued your mineralogy is right across the world. It's the envy of many. So, sir, may I perhaps pass the stage to you? And I know that we'll start with a presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the Professor's presentation, we will take questions from the floor. So if you have any questions, we would welcome them once the Professor has provided us with an overview and a presentation. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gavin. I would like to, first of all, say hello to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished invited, all protocols observed. It's my pleasure to give this presentation about the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which is, from the point of view of Congolese, the very chosen destination for investment in an era of major transitions. So I'll be quickly talking about 7 or 8 points. First of all, we will see just in few words the DRC at a glance. Then we go through the legal and regulatory framework of the mining sector. Then we see few things about mineral potential and resources. And then I will show some statistics on copper and cobalt that are minerals of future, as we call them here. And a few words about exploration management, and then what are the investment opportunities whilst you are in DRC. I think I have to do it from here. Sorry. Yes, so this is the contents I was talking about. Maybe I'll be better standing there. to do this so that I can just read it straight away. So the DRC at glance, what can I say about this big country of 2,345,000, oh, there's a problem. Should I point it there? Yeah. So, yes, 2,345,000 square kilometers, which is in sub-Saharan part of Africa, which is depicted here. And we are surrounded by nine countries, which give us a geostrategic position. More than, let's say, more or less 250 million potential consumers, DRC itself and the 9 surrounders, and access point to several African countries, as you can see there. There's many corridors, African corridors, national corridors that are there. And we are a democratic republic, and we have just gone through our 4th electoral cycle, and President Felix Antoine Tshisekedi is the newly re-elected president of the DRC. Pointing there, sorry. Okay, let's say just next one. Okay, yes, I've said we are 102 million inhabitants, ranking the 15th in the world. We have arable lands, 80 million hectares, fishing, big potential. We have a nice climate, which is diverse, because we are located up and down the equator. And we have abundant rainfall, which is suitable for agriculture development, and breeding has a huge potential. Next one. Okay, so let's say a few words about the Mining Act of DRC, which provides an attractive, secure, and competitive legal framework for all parties who are interested in the mining sector in the DRC. And yeah, we may skip this one. Okay, so there are 2 approaches. If someone wants to come in the mining domain of the DRC, you may mine industrially, of course, but you can also do it artisanally. The latter being reserved only to Congolese, who can do it when they're gathering in what we call cooperatives. And there is a service which is in charge of helping artisanal diggers to work according to the best standards. Skip this one. Okay. DRC enshrines the notion or concept of strategic minerals. We speak in terms of strategic minerals, but this is more or less what is called here critical and also future minerals. The only thing is we need to put them on a listing of strategic minerals. So whatever critical minerals, if the market, if, I don't know, geostrategy command, it can be put on that list. So we are speaking almost the same things. And accessing those minerals, exploring them, exploiting them, marketing them, are governed by specific regulations. So far, cobalt, germanium, and Colombo tantalite are currently considered strategic mineral substances in the DRC. Of course, copper should be in that list and others, but these are the 3 that have been enlisted. About potential and resources of the DRC, I would say we make this available, so no rush. I would just say that we have gold, iron, tin, coltan, tungsten, diamond, nickel, chrome, copper, cobalt, the 3 T's, that is tin, tungsten, and tantalum. Yeah. We have also monazite, that is a rare earth element. We have lead, we have zinc, we have so many things. And you find them, I don't know if okay. So, regarding copper, cobalt, and zinc, we have quite interesting, I would say, big resources. And copper is 82 million, and we're talking there in terms of reserves that are proven. Cobalt, 5.8 million tons, and zinc, more or less 7 million, because we are restarting zinc, which has been stopped for a few years. And the production in 2022 are, as they are depicted there. And the copper, regarding the figures I have got recently, we should be now, I mean, by the end of 2023, we should be about 2.7 million, but we will probably come back here to confirm this. And the treaties are there, the production for 2022, in terms of cassiterite, because unfortunately so far we're not processing the tin itself, so 49,000 almost 5 tons. Coltan, 1,000.6 tons. Wolframite, 286 tons have been produced in 2022. Okay, we have resources of iron, but we are not yet started mining. More than 10 billion tons are there in good quality. Manganese, more than 30 million tons, but this is restarting. So globally, the main base and first metals, with their approximative location and estimated resources, are depicted there. So we have the iron in the northern parts of the DRC. We have niobium, which is called columbium in America. 30 million tons. We have lithium, we have cassiterite, we have phosphates, we have aluminum, we have nickel. These are the base and ferrous metals that we are currently assessing or exploiting. Few statistics for I would say the last 5 years, but it's from 2018 to 2022. It has been increasing. For copper, for cobalt, it's now about exploration and management of strategic and critical mineral substances. Okay. So we have a big program of exploration for critical and strategic mineral in the DRC, and 6 blocks have been secured for this. And yes, the red one are the priority, and there we are exploring nickel, exploring and still mining copper, cobalt, zinc, exploring iron. We are exploring rare earth in the northern part, the equator, in the Ituri, which is also in the northern part there, northeast. We have columbium and tantalum in Tanganyika block. I don't know why this one. Is it? No, it's not showing. Anyhow, we have a strategic partner who is Excalibur, with whom we are doing this exploration for geophysical and geological studies. The target is finding new deposits of critical minerals, and yes, but whoever is interested is invited to join. This is only Excalibur. So other interesting areas of research are the KAICC and Equator blocks that are prospected for cobalt, copper, nickel, platinum, rare earths, and coltan. Whilst I'm about to continue, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the DRC Minister of Mines, Her Excellency Madame Antoinette Samba Kalambai, who has just entered. Excellence, soyez la bienvenue. Yeah. It is by permission that I'm giving this presentation, so I need to acknowledge it. Yes, so we have, it's worth to be noticed that we have financial supports whilst doing this research and exploration from the DRC Mining Fund for Future Generation, which is called FOMIN, which help for in-depth and continued exploration, funding mostly the National Geological Service of DRC. The CEO is there. So, what are the investment opportunities? Having said what we have said so far. Yeah. I need to stop something here. Nice. Sorry. Yes. So investment opportunities in the strategic minerals. I would say there is a strong need for some basic industrial infrastructure, such as roads, railway system, harbors, electricity, to ease physical access to minerals deposits, to ease ore extraction, treatment, transportation, and export of processes of manufactured products. What I have to say here is that at this time of transition energy, the investors are welcome to join the efforts to intensify exploration and research of future and untapped mineral resources. And we have a strategic exploration plan in DRC, which has been formulated by the DRC Ministry of Mines under the leadership of Her Excellency the Minister of Mines, who is present here. And investment are welcome for implementation of the mining sector strategy development plan, which intends, whilst we are carrying the environmental aspects of the mining projects, it intends to develop minerals value chain with local transformation and fabrication towards the downstream of the mining industry, which is a new paradigm. Now, in spite of a potential which is big and who normally could help to set up an efficient power network, because we have a huge and world-class hydroelectric potential, 140 gigawatts hour, which could allow for a useful networking and establishing of web energy, because there we have only reported on the map, only the blue one is the hydro potential. As you can see, these are capacity which is higher than 10 megawatts, and transmission lines are existing, and hopefully we have most of the active exploitation of base metals in this part of the country, which is you have those red lines that are transmission line of electricity, and so it is worth to say it that the DRC electricity sector has been liberalized, and that new business model with micro power plants working on renewable energy and players are welcome. And through private-public partnership schemes that involves private investor or mining companies and the National Power Corporation, there are new projects that are under development. Opportunities of investments also are in the mineral transport system. You may invest to optimize transportation of mining products, that is in building roads, railway, eventually taking advantage of sub-regional connectivity projects, and taking also advantage for the National Multimodal Transport Scheme. Having said so, it just remains to me to thank you a lot for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Please have a seat, Professor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 7 or 8 minutes for questions from the floor, and I'll invite you to ask those questions, but as your MC, I'll take the privilege of asking the first question, and that is that we're in the Kingdom at the moment. We just saw His Royal Highness, the Minister for Energy, join us a little while ago. What's your relationship like with the Kingdom, and are you looking or have you looked at any agreements with the Kingdom in recent times?
Thank you so much, Kevin. Well, I will give an answer, even though I can see the minister is just in front of me. She should probably be better to answer to the question, but let me just try. I would say that we have very, very good, excellent relationships. And as you have just noticed, yesterday was signed an agreement, a memorandum of understanding between Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and DRC, which is mostly regarding the mining sector, intending to empower the research, that is exploration of minerals, and namely the future mineral or critical minerals, among them lithium. And well, to see, because it's an agreement, I think this is the first step, as would have said my minister. It's a first step, so we will see. But probably we're going very further, because we have a lot to expect from the Kingdom, and DRC has a lot to offer in terms of potential, as I've just shown you, in terms of resources of commodity for the future, and even other sectors. So yeah, the relationship are very excellent.
Okay, so that's very exciting to have a memorandum of understanding signed between the DRC and Saudi Arabia. Great potential in that, and congratulations, Minister, on the signing of that. We'll take other questions. Sir, you have a question. Could you please give us an identification and ask your question?
Hi there. Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Mansour Hamayoun. We trade coltan and cassiterite in places including DRC. I was intrigued to understand more about the artisanal sector and what the plan of the government is to formalize that sector more into the digitalization, traceability, KAICC, and compliance. Right now, the artisanal sector is somewhat organized, but I think there's still some room for improvement from digital tools and digitalization of organizing trade flows. So we'd like to understand what the private sector can play a role in that, firstly, in terms of providing traceability platforms, and secondly, what is the strategy on that front? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question. I will start from the end of the last part of your question. Okay, the strategy is clear, and it is stated in the Mining Act, and the measures of application that are in the I would call it regulation of the mining law. And artisanal mining is formal, so it is there. It is right there in the Mining Act. And maybe I went a little bit quickly on it. It doesn't has the end is not to get those people remaining in the artisanal. The main goal is to have them from artisanal to small mining. And there is a strategy. That's why I've said a word about a specialized service, which is SAIMAPE. Formerly, it's about small-scale mining, and they are assisting. But you have also the geological service of DRC, which is there to do assessment on what kind and what class of commodities are there on the ground. If they can only be addressed by industrial means, then they will be in the industrial. If not, then SAIMAPE and the Geological Service will assist. And eventually, if it happened that they found a deposit which is, let's say, world class or just a higher level of quality, then they might migrate from the artisanal to the small-scale mine. Yes, and they will have SAIMAPE to advocate for them and to accompany them to the other main service which is there, which is a lever within the hand of the minister, which is the mining register or cadastre of mines, KAMI. Okay. And the general director is there also, just near the minister. So it's formal, but we need to take the step. And I'm happy you used the right word. You say what it takes just I would say just to formalize it. It is formal, but we need to formalize because most of the people are coming there. You know, DRC it used to be called a kind of scandal geologically. So someone can just discover or find something there. By the time the service reach that place, there is already an artisanal extraction scheme which is starting there. And that's the reason why we need to have those services and the administration of mines to be there. So it is there. What you're doing is very welcome because we have we are within that traceability and the ownership of the mining products. Yes, we're working on this, and I think there is a scheme. You probably need to be in touch with one of us here to see how you might be inscripted there, because there's a board which is examining candidates to help in traceability, to help in formalizing. Okay. Yes.
Okay, Professor, we might take the rest of that offline if we could. I do apologise, but we only have time for one more question, and perhaps the other questions might come offline after we finish here. But for the last question, sir, you have a question, and could we keep it a nice tight answer, because time is our enemy now.
Thank you, marhaba. Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm so happy to see so many delegates here from so many countries. I represent the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, and I'm a lawyer as well. So one of the positive things in your message was the election of the democratically elected leader, which is one question I want you to really focus, and if you can tell us briefly, on the political stability, because common people who are outside of the DRC hear the news that we know about. And this political stability, and plus your mining regulation improvement, I thought that was really important as well, because that's one of the main bedrocks to have investments opportunities come in. So if you could talk a little bit more about how DRC has improved in the landscape, and in addition to that, because of the political instability that often at times is identified. And also because I work with the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and most of those 9 surrounding countries, I would ask if you could share something on regional cooperation on mining development. And if there's anything like that that DRC is active on, that would be really interesting to share. Thank you.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much for the question, sir. Well, we are the Democratic Republic. So, we've been through, I said it, I think this was our 4th cycle of elections. And the president has just been re-elected yesterday. They have confirmed that he is the newly re-elected president of the DRC. And yes, of course, the situation of DRC is improving. We've been a little bit low, maybe in the beginning of the 2002 from there. But since the current president has been there on his first mandate, he has been working very hard on this business doing, that is climate of affairs. And we're improving. We're improving. I won't say that everything is just all right, 100%, but we've made progress. And regarding our cooperation with our neighbors, I think, well, almost all of them we have good relationships. I won't go in that field. But what I can say is we have already an agreement on the sub-regional level, and we started it with Zambia regarding development of I would say both mining and industry as far as battery fabrication are concerned, and efforts are there. That's why I think this initiative of the kingdom is so good for us, because we've been trying it in a small scale, trying to get countries of the sub-region there and sharing also our experience. Actually, we are just putting together our efforts, and this is which is offered here by this sub-region. So we might consider ourselves like a subsystem of the sub-regional, and it is something we are really comfortable with it, because putting together countries, putting together resources, putting together finances, this is, as far as I'm concerned, the key to alleviate all those hurdles, those problems, and to get quickly to something which can be amenable for everyone and which will help all of us in what I would call a win-win or win-win global system regarding also circularity of the economy.
Professor, we should call it time there, because we need to move on to the next session. Professor, we thank you for your time. Any other questions we can take offline? Minister, thank you for your attendance. To the DRC delegation, thank you for your attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in thanking Professor Kamwe and the DRC delegation for joining us today. Thank you, Professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, those questions can take offline. We're just going to reset the stage, and we'll move on to an exciting panel. Hi, Mark. It's good to see you here. An exciting panel to look at Pakistan. So thank you. We'll just reset, and my colleague Richard Morrow, the chairman of the Melbourne Mining Club, will be on stage shortly. Thank you again.
Thank you, Kevin.
Okay. Hey, how was that? Our first session for the day. That was fantastic, wasn't it? Thank you very much for the DRC. That was excellent questions, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. And now we've got a very exciting presentation for you. Emerging economies, emerging metals, critical metals, so important. And such a great venue and a great forum for us to be presenting these type of stories, these investment opportunities. Investment, it's so important. My name is Richard Morrow. I'm the chairman of the Melbourne Mining Club. You heard from excellent moderating by the founder of the Melbourne Mining Club, Gavin Collery, just now. There he is over there, the master we call him. And I hope you all were able to benefit from that. Welcome to all distinguished guests here today. I think many of us sat in the opening plenary session, and a little shiver ran down my back. Such a full house, and why not? What a story we have to tell. Right, what are we going to do here today? First of all, we're going to kick off with a video just to warm you up, just to get your blood going about the opportunities in Pakistan. Then we have the great honour of hearing from Pakistan's Minister of Energy, His Excellency Muhammad Ali, who will come up on stage and give a presentation. And then, following the Minister's presentation, we will hear from Mark Bristow, CEO of Barrick Mines, who has a globally significant project in Pakistan, Reko Diq. We're going to be hearing a lot about Reko Diq in the next session. Once we'll move on to then the second part of this session, where we'll hear from an expert panel of the opportunities in the Pakistani mining sector. So, hey, let's get started. Roll that video.
In the heart of South Asia lies a land blessed with abundant mineral wealth, Pakistan, where opportunities in minerals span across the length and breadth of the country. Pakistan has a unique topography, ranging from the majestic confluence of the Karakoram, Himalayas and Hindu Kush mountain ranges in the north to the strategic Arabian Sea shores in the south. Pakistan is home to over 2,000 kilometers of the Tethyan metallogenic belt, a geological marvel stretching through the land. This belt, extending from Europe to Southeast Asia, is renowned for its substantial copper and gold deposits. While some projects in Pakistan on the Tethyan belt have already shown great promise, vast areas remain ripe for discovery and development. Pakistan is poised to contribute significantly to the global energy transition, offering critical minerals like copper, zinc and graphite, and a promise of harboring untapped resources of rare earth elements, cobalt, lithium, antimony and nickel. The Reko Diq project, the world's largest copper project in development, stands as a testament to national optimism and determination. This project has bolstered investor confidence in Pakistan's mineral sector, symbolizing fruitful collaboration and trust. A government-backed infrastructure development plan focusing on rail, road, port, power and water supply is in the implementation stage. That will enable the existing and upcoming mega mining projects. The mining industry in Pakistan contributes less than 1% to the nation's $350+ billion GDP, yet holds the potential to soar up to 5%, representing not only a beacon of hope for economic growth of our nation, but also as a catalyst for nationwide transformation. With significant reforms in the regulatory and fiscal framework, the government of Pakistan aims to attract and facilitate investment. The Special Investment Facilitation Council, SIFC, is at the forefront of this mission, offering a streamlined, efficient experience for investors through its one-window operation. As we continue to implement these policies and reforms with the support of international and local partners, Pakistan gets ready to become a pivotal icon on the world mineral map. Our rich natural wealth, especially in critical green minerals, is a beacon of hope for development and prosperity. Together, let's unlock the full potential of Pakistan's mineral wealth. Invest in Pakistan and be part of the sustainable future of the planet.
Wow, how do you follow an act like that? Very good. Well, the person who must follow that video is, and it's a great honour to have His Excellency Muhammad Ali, the Minister of Energy. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you, Richard. Should I begin?
Absolutely.
I think I would like to stand and do it because
Please.
أود أن أقوم بذلك واقفا وبإمكانك القيام بالتحكم.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
عمتم مساء جميعا.
Thank you all for being here.
وبعضكم من قابلته صباحا هذا اليوم سعيد برؤيتكم مرة أخرى وسعيد بوجودي هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية وفخور جدا بتقديم عرض نيابة عن باكستان
For the talk today.
الآن للحديث عن هذا اليوم. وسوف في البداية أشكر مضيفنا هنا من المملكة العربية السعودية وخصوصا المنظمين لهذا العمل. ولذلك فإن أود أوضح بأن باكستان عانت كثيرا خلال الأيام الماضية وكان لديك هناك معاناة كثيرة خلال هذه الأيام والتي قادت إلى التفكير إلى عديد من المراحل التي وصلنا لها. وفي ذلك الوقت بأن الإدراك إلى أن المعادن الأساسية هي لحفظ البشرية وللاستدامة. أحيانا بأن هناك العديد من الحقائق ولكنها ملزمة لنا بأن نعمل بها للتقدم إلى الخطوة التالية للالتزام بها. وكما رأيتم في مقطع الفيديو بأن باكستان لديها العديد من المهام والاهتمامات لذلك وهناك أيضا العديد من المناجم التي تعمل في الدولة ونحن ممتنين للعديد من الشركات التي قامت بالقيادة ومساعدتنا لاستكشاف ذلك. ولكن هذا فقط هو واحد من الموارد التي لدينا. فنحن بالفعل لدينا العديد من الموارد والمصادر بالمئات الكيلومترات وهي وأيضا بأن مستويات التعدين لدينا في ازدياد مستمر وهي أفضل مما عليه السابق. ونود بالفعل أن نشارك بالفرص التي ننظر إليها للتعدين في المملكة العربية في باكستان. وأحدها هي قيادة الزراعة وأيضا تقنية المعلومات. ولنقوم بذلك بأن أحدنا يعرف بأننا العديد من السنوات كان هناك العديد من الثورات وبعض الدول استفادت من ذلك وبعضها لم تستفيد. وخلال 30 العام الماضية كان هذا التطور الرهيب والثورة الرهيبة للتعدين. ونؤمن بأن التعدين هو الثورة القادمة التي سوف يعمل بها العالم لحفظ العالم وليس هناك أي خيار آخر بل بالقيام بها والقيام من خلال تخزين البطاريات وجميع ذلك تتطلب العديد من الأمور الأساسية. الآن هذه الثورة ما الذي سوف تقوم؟ سوف تقود إلى التطور وقد تكون متوافقة مع بعض المناطق وقد لا تكون متزامنة مع بعض المناطق ولكنها سوف تقود إلى هناك تطور هائل في جميع أنحاء العالم. وهذه فرص نتحدث عنها ويجب علينا إدراك أن هذه الفرص مهمة جدا لجميع الدول. الآن بالنسبة لدولة باكستان ومصادرها فما الذي يحتاجه الآن باكستان؟ هو يحتاج إلى الاستثمار. لدينا فعلا هذا الاستثمار، ولكن نحتاج إلى الرأس المال أكثر، وأن تكون هناك تقنيات متطورة أكثر لاكتشاف الفرص الحقيقية لدولتنا. وسوف تكون دولة باكستان وجهة لشركات التعدين من حول العالم جميعا، وسوف يكون أيضا النظام الاقتصادي الذي سوف يكون ممكن لجميع هؤلاء المشغلين. ولدينا أيضا هناك مناطق جغرافية جيدة، ولدينا أيضا العديد من العمالة المتوفرة، وأيضا لدينا أيضا الموقع الأساسي وهو في قلب قارة آسيا. والأكثر أهمية هو الرغبة السياسية للاستفادة من هذه الفرص. وبينما نقوم بمحاولة الاستفادة من هذه الفرص لاستفادة من هذه الموارد لدولة باكستان، وبالإضافة لذلك سوف نقوم بشرحه وسوف نتقدم إلى ما بعد ذلك. لذلك فإن التقديم هنا يتحدث وهو مقسم إلى 5 أقسام. نتحدث عن الفرص، وعن البنية الأساسية، وعن الفرص القادمة. الآن هذه هي الفرص المتاحة هنا في الأعلى. قد ترون أن هناك أكثر من 7 مليون من المساحات الشاسعة التي تحوي على مناجم للذهب. ولدينا هنا أيضا 42 أكثر من طن لمناجم الذهب. ولدينا أيضا هنا لمستويات كبيرة من الليثيوم أو المواد النووية. وبهذا الشأن لدينا بيانات جيدة بشأن ما نملكه هنا، ولدينا هنا الموقع المناسب. فنحن نتحدث عن هذا الاستثمار هنا، وما ننظر إليه هنا هو الأماكن حيث نرى في أن في الشمال وفي الجنوب لدينا هنا ربط للعديد من الممكنات. لدينا هنا أيضا نسبة كبيرة جدا من النقاط الحمراء، وهذه تظهر الكميات المتوفرة في هذه المنطقة. وسوف نريكم أيضا البنى التحتية والأساسية لتجهيز ذلك. لذلك لدينا هنا بأن المصادر تم تحديدها، وتحتاج إلى فقط الاستكشاف واستخراجها من ذلك. وهذا ما تحدثت عنه، بأن لدينا هنا نسبة كبيرة من مناجم الذهب، وهذه تظهر بأن هناك في النطاق الأخضر هو الإيرادات الذهب المحتملة، وبالتالي فإنها قريبة جدا مما نراه هنا في الدولة. هي الفرص التي بالفعل لا بد الاستفادة منها، ونحن بالفعل في موقع للأخذ بفوائد هذه الفرص. المنطقة وهي أحد أكبر المناطق في المنطقة، وهي أكثر من 35,000 كيلومتر، ولديها تقريبا أكثر من المناطق. في المناطق التي المستهدفة هي بمستوى أقل من الأشخاص، والبنى التحتية هنا التي نسعى للاستثمار فيها هذه المنطقة التي نركز فيها. لدينا هنا أيضا المناطق التي تم تحديدها هنا، والمنطقة الخضراء توضح بأن بالفعل يتم الاستفادة من هذه المناطق، حيث أن المناطق التي على وشك البدء بها ستكون في الشريحة التالية. ونحن نتوقع بأن تكون هناك 3 مناطق محتملة. هذه بعض المناجم التي بالفعل تم القيام بالعمل بها في الدولة، وبعضها هي بالفعل مناجم قديمة جدا. لدينا أعمال قائمة فيها. الآن ما الذي يحدث؟
paradigm shifts that we have done at a country level. We realize that in any developing country, there are consistent changes of the government, which sometimes lead to policy changes. So that was one big thing that we had to address. How does the decision-making take place in the country? So as part of that, what we have done is we have created SIFC, Special Investment Facilitation Council. That's a one-stop shop which deals with all the investors. And the decision-making at SIFC is taken by all the stakeholders together. So in SIFC, we have all the provinces, the bureaucratic leadership, the political leadership, and the military leadership. So we have all the stakeholders deciding. Now what that does, it does two things. Number one, it's a one-stop shop for the investors, and it provides the comfort and the legal framework and the security to the investor. The second thing it does is the consistency of policies. With a change in the government, it is not necessary that the policies will also change. We have already established export processing zones and the special economic zones in the country, and we recently promulgated an act called FIPA, which is Foreign Investment Protection and Promotion Act, which gives protection and incentives to the investors. We have different licensing regimes that you see here on the right side. There are 4 different types of licenses depending on the suitability for different investors. Now in Pakistan, mining is a provincial subject, and we have 4 different mining regimes at the provinces level at the moment. Now what we are doing is at the federal level, we are harmonizing the legal structure so that no matter which province you are going into, the legal and the fiscal framework remains the same. So there's harmonization going on. We are working on a data center, which will be a centralized GIS-based web portal about the mineral sector of the country, and it will also lead to ease of business and ease of access of data. In terms of the HR development, that's one big focus area for us. We have an institution called NAVTEC in the country at the federal level, which looks after the vocational training. And we are training our people and upskilling their skills so that they are ready for the mining sector requirements going forward. A bit about the country. We are at the moment almost a $400 billion GDP country. In terms of the nominal GDP, these are the numbers, around 6,000. But in terms of the real GDP, we are at around $1,500 per capita. So that's still low. And what has happened is, in the last few years, we have not been able to catch up with the rest of the region. And that's where the new policy, the new emphasis on different sectors is coming from. So going forward, the only direction that we are hoping, and inshallah it will be there, is upwards of the current GDP. We did face negative growth during the COVID time, but the last couple of years, we have seen strong industrial growth. It's a country of 242 million people. The median is 23.8. We have the 5th largest population in the world and the 9th largest labor force in the world. 155 million people are under the age of 30. And that is what is, this can be a big challenge, and it can be a big advantage also. And what we are working on is to make it an advantage. 4.8 million people are estimated to enter the middle class every year. We have a large percentage of our population outside the country who send around $30 billion of remittances at the moment. And the middle class consumption in the next 10 years is expected to grow 2.3 times. Now the existing infrastructure, here you're seeing in the red, you're seeing the proposed infrastructure, 650-kilometer road, railway, and pipeline. The black line with the marks, that's a Karachi to Chagi railway. That's under works at the moment. So the road, railway, and the port infrastructure, all 3 areas we are working on at the country level. We have 2 active ports. Karachi port is already connected with our highway and railway. The Gwadar, which is situated here in Balochistan, where the large percentage of reserves is there. That's a deep water port and is accessible via road already, and a lot of investment infrastructure is going in that area. So this is the last slide. So what are we talking here? We are talking about a highly prospective geology. Copper and gold reserves are in very large quantity. We have the infrastructure. Strategically, we are positioned near Asia, Middle East, and access to the whole world, the labor force, which is young, investor-friendly regime that we have. So basically, we are looking at a scenario where Pakistan will be at the forefront of supplying critical minerals to the world. Going forward, the way we see it, the minerals that the world will need will be very different and will be much more value additive as compared to what we have seen in past. So with these words, once again, thank you very much. We are here to answer all your questions, and I look forward to seeing many of you in Pakistan soon, inshallah. Thank you.
Please thank the Minister for his presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I sit here or there?
Take a seat in the audience. You've done the hard work now. You can have a rest. That's what you do. Well, thank you very much. And I would like to highlight that the Pakistan stand, it's out the back there. Just walk in that direction, in that lovely new building they've got there. And there was a hell of a lot of information in that presentation. And so if you need to follow it up, and I suggest you do, please go to the Pakistan stand out the back there. I know I will. And now, we've got a great pleasure here to introduce Mark Bairstow, the CEO of Barrick Mines, of course, and who will talk about the investment that is being made in Pakistan. And, well, I don't want to tell you what to present there, Mark, but off you go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Either have a seat or if you want to stand up. Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you, Richard, and again, it's great to be here, and Minister Muhammad Ali, great presentation. I think, you know, one of the things that was set out in the original concept of the Future Minerals Forum 2 years ago was an honest conversation, and I think that's quite important, and the story around Pakistan is really about that honesty. You know, I think we all get too hung up on critical minerals and green energy, but the harsh reality is that we're going to run out of hydrocarbons before the end of the century, so we need to change. And we need to do it responsibly. And I think all of us from emerging markets have sat for too long watching the West develop themselves to a point where they're now the biggest polluters and not worry about our own people. And so this world needs lots of metals and minerals if we are going to ensure that our future generations will be able to still live on this planet. And so batteries might be important for California. Only reason is there are too many people with too many cars. So to reduce the pollution, you need batteries. But what the rest of the world needs is development, and the Middle East has pioneered that appreciation and demonstrated to the world that modern-day industrialization is very important. And for us, if you look, as the minister pointed to, copper has always been the most strategic metal, as gold is the most precious. And Chile was that place to go to find copper over the last 60 years. But it's become more difficult to find copper mines and more difficult to mine them, and they are located at 15,000 feet. So there's very little oxygen. The Tethyan metalliferous belt, as you saw, cuts through this part of the world. And it represents the new Andean trend, effectively, in the world. And it happens to be located in a part of the world which is the most populated. And just across the ocean is Africa, which is equally endowed. And I think today and hopefully in the future, this conversation is going to continue about being honest and open. And for the first time, to have a minister standing up and talking about the endowment of his country and the importance of recognizing that you can't do anything with natural endowment, whether it's humans, populations, and they are important. The most important asset that we can have is our people. But you also need a combination of capital, expertise, and enabling legislation. And so, in my career, I've spent many years working with places that people were reluctant to go to. And you know, all I hear every day is the high-risk nature of Pakistan. But all I can assure everyone is that it's equally risky investing in the United States, because we've just had a new mine in Nevada permitted. It took us 15 years. We settled our agreement with Pakistan just 2 years ago, and we're going to produce first copper in 2028. And that's the difference. So every country has different risks, but what we're seeing today, you know, the United States is one of the biggest consumers of minerals and metals, and it lives in denial of mining. And as part of the conversation in the first Future Minerals Forum is that acknowledgement that this world needs metals and mining. If you look around you, if you take everything that was mined away from us today, we would be sitting outside in the cold on a very uncomfortable platform. And I want to just touch on a small story, and that is, if we're going to develop this world to a better place for our children and grandchildren and their grandchildren, we're going to have to work together in a partnership to ensure that we can unlock that God-given endowment in a responsible way. We need to hold each other to account. And so what happened in Barrick's experience in Pakistan is that we acquired a small junior along with a partner out of Chile, and we looked to develop one of the world's biggest copper gold deposits, and we ran into problems. We didn't invest in that partnership on both sides. And so we ended up in a dispute with the project being nationalized, and then us going to international arbitration. And the consequence of that was that Barrick was awarded a $6 billion award against Pakistan. And I think that the point I would like to share with you is when we got to that challenge, we had two options. We had to go and collect the money, and as you can imagine, that's a very difficult thing to do. Or we could engage in a conversation to find a way where everyone benefited out of this dilemma. And so what we did is the first thing we did, and it's important I tell you the story. We phoned Imran Khan, who was in charge at that stage, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and said, Prime Minister, we can continue to fight each other, or we can find a way to work together to unlock this precious endowment for the benefit of everyone. And we will pay our own $6 billion back to ourselves. And he said, that's a great idea. And so he set together a negotiating team to find a solution with our negotiating team, the Barrack team. And we spent 2 years in conversation to find a place where everyone benefited. And we modeled every step of the way, the benefits or the potential benefits. And halfway through the process, in fact, Imran Khan signed with me the framework agreement, which set the future for the final agreement. And then he was no longer Prime Minister. And we had a new Prime Minister, Prime Minister Sharif, who was on the other side of the political spectrum. And Prime Minister Sharif continued those engagements with us to deliver on the framework agreement that we had settled with the previous government, with the same people. No one changed. That would never happen in the United States, that you have bipartisan political support for the negotiating team. And so we continued and settled and signed all the agreements. And they were no different to the framework agreement that was set in the initial 2 years. And then on top of that, because the Supreme Court was the one that cancelled the original permit, we then together took our agreement back to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court stood open, the full five-person bench of the Supreme Court stood open for 30 days, taking in consulting and debating a number of questions. Is this Reko Diq good for Pakistan? Is it good for Balochistan? Is it in line with the Constitution? Is it legally correct? And everyone had their view, a public debate in front of the highest court of the land. And the consequence of that was the Reko Diq project that is there today, which is currently got about 40 odd years of life of mine on the current reserves, with potential to go from 40 to 100 years. It is a major gold mine in that it will produce about 500,000 ounces of gold a year, and it's a world-class copper mine which will produce about 400,000 tons of copper a year. And so when I tell you this story, how can you, and everyone talks about risk, but this is something that is so important to the people of Balochistan and to the people of Pakistan. And this country has all God's gifts. Natural resource endowment in its metals and minerals, as you heard from the minister, young people, educated and energized, and as you heard, an organizational institution, politically based, which understands the importance of what that leadership has to do to ensure that those future generations in this one country will need to do in order to make sure that we've got a chance of celebrating our grandchildren's existence into the future. So that is the story of mining. And we as miners don't do a good job in advocating what we do. And it's such a pleasure to be part of a partnership where our host country is equally committed together. And I will just finish, Richard, if you don't mind, just to tell you a little bit about it. We've developed mines in very complicated jurisdictions in the past. And Balochistan is a country that's been left behind for so long. It's a province of Pakistan, but it's been left behind. If you don't work for the government or the military, then you have to do smuggling. There's no other job. And we're going to put a mine into that part of Pakistan, and I'll give you some ideas. We've already started schools. We've already introduced clean water because we believe it's a right. And so because the average life expectancy until today was less than 50 years because of the saline nature of the water, and it's easy to put in solar panels because the sun shines all the time and clean the water up. We've introduced schools through our community committees, and today we have 3 schools operating, and I'm very proud to say they are run by the communities and the NGOs from the country, and we have 50% girls and 50% boys attending school. And we expect that by the end of this year, first quarter of next year, to have every single child under 10 years old at school. And that is the investment in the future. And then we have located colleges to be able to give people vocational training to uplift their skills so that they can join our project and make a contribution and have a real employment and liberate those people both politically and economically. And then we have gone through Pakistan, consulted, looked at 2,000 students and chosen the top 9 of 2,000, all Balochistan citizens. And they have now been moved to Argentina to learn about real mining. And we're going to do another 4 phases of that, so we have 40 of the smartest people in Pakistan who will lead Reka Dek into the future. And by Q1 next year, 2025, we will have employed 1,500 people. By the end of 2025, we'll have 5,000 employees. By the end of 2026, 10,000 employees. And we will produce our first copper and gold in 2028, inshallah. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there can't be a better example of how mining, and I would leave the fact that it's not about mining, it's about people and partnerships. And if, you know, I come from Zululand in South Africa, and we have a fable there that says, you can't wash your hand with one hand. You can't wash your hands with one hand. You need 2. And that's partnership. And so that partnership, I can vouch for. The team, who some of our colleagues are here today, have worked so hard to build those relationships. And I have no doubt that, that this partnership will work, and we will showcase exactly what the minister outlined for his country. And imagine if we can duplicate that down the Tethyan trend, how we will change Central Asia. So, Richard, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, please give a warm thanks to Mark Bristow. Thank you. And now we move on to the second section of our session today. And can I call my panel members up to the stage, please, and grab a seat. You know the rules. If the music stops, you must find a seat. You know that's the way to do it. How about that for an uplifting story, though, wasn't it? Please grab a seat there. And for what mining can do.
بالنسبة للمناجم ما الذي يمكن أن تزديه هذه المناجم لاقتصاد البلاد كان عرضا رائع. إذا أردتم المزيد فهناك جناح باكستان موجود في المعرض. سعادة عظيمة هنا أن أقدم لكم المتحدثين اليوم.
We're going to drill down a little bit deeper into what's happening there, but also look to the future and get some insights from some people who are extremely well placed to comment on these matters. And may I introduce, it's my great pleasure, we have Masood Nabi, who's the CEO of Pakistan Minerals here, also a shareholder in Rekadik. We have Rebecca Campbell from White & Case, our great friends from London. So thank you very much for coming and speak to us today. We have Fahim Haider here, CEO of Maari Petroleum Company. And one of the questions we're going to deal with is how the success of the oil and gas industry over there is providing a lot of help for maybe where we're going in minerals. And last but not least, Glenn Ireland here from RB&A Partners, financial advisors, and a very well-known commentator on this part of the world. So shall we get started? Masood, I'll get you to open the batting.
Sure.
If there, with your background in the oil and gas industry, exploration and production, how are you leveraging this experience to drive the growth and development in Pakistan's minerals sector?
Thank you very much, Richard. I'll just say a few words first about Pakistan Minerals. It's a joint venture between the three largest public sector oil and gas exploration companies of Pakistan, and we are a 25% investor in the Rekadik project. For our companies, mining, minerals, it's a key element of our energy transition strategy for the years and decades to come. So we are very enthusiastic about this sector. It's a new sector for us, but it's an important area. And working with Barrick in the Rekadik project, it's a great opportunity for us to move up the learning curve in mining. What we see, the role we see that we can play is, first of all, we have the financial strength. We can invest in exploration, and people don't have to partner with us, but it is an opportunity for new companies coming into Pakistan to consider us as a partner in the exploration stage. We can facilitate with technology transfer. We have been very successfully working in the oil and gas area for over 50 years. So we have a large human resource base with us. We don't have as many mining experts as we would like, but it's a start for us. We are working with academia, we are working with training institutes to help grow the human capital for this industry for the time to come. So we see us as creating a more enabling environment. We are a potential partner, and we look forward to the growth in the sector. And just one more point I would like to mention is that for anyone coming into Pakistan, we have a lot of experience working all over the country. So we know how to engage with local communities. Any partner coming in can benefit from our expertise in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Rebecca, we listened to Mark there talking about the legal agreements that were in place, and I've never seen anything like it in terms of people recognising the benefits to be had by both sides of a dispute, and it appears it's reached quite a reasonable outcome. Given your experience in the legal aspects of mining and your familiarity with Pakistan, could you shed a bit of light on the recent positive changes in Pakistan's legal and regulatory framework that are making the mining sector a bit more attractive as an investment?
Yeah, thanks, Richard, and it's great to be here today. Good to see you all. We were part of the negotiation team that Mark referred to and had the great pleasure and honour of representing the Pakistan parties in that negotiation, including the government of Pakistan, the government of Balochistan and PMPL. And so I think the Honourable Minister has actually done a great job earlier in his presentation of laying out some of the legal changes that were brought in as part of the Reko Diq negotiation, which have sort of started to set the scene for other future investments into the sector in Pakistan. And so against that backdrop, I won't repeat what the Honourable Minister has said, and I commend his presentation to you. There's copies of it available. And instead, I just wanted to take a moment to actually build on something Dr. Bristow was saying and reflect upon that negotiation process itself and the process of bringing Barrick into the Reko Diq project and setting the scene for, a stable and secure and long-term investment framework. And I mean, I've worked on in negotiations like this across the globe, all continents, with governments of all types acting for investors and both for governments over many years. And I do want to just reiterate something that Dr. Bristow said during his presentation, which is one of the things that myself and a lot of my colleagues were most struck with about the process of, cementing Barrick's long-term investment into the sector in Pakistan, is the absolute sort of that spirit of partnership, but also the can-do attitude and the coordination across all of the government ministries and all of the different governmental bodies involved in making the investment happen, all of the arms of government, everything from the Department of Mines in Balochistan all the way through to the various arms of the Ministry of Finance in the federal government, who were facilitating all the different aspects of this investment. And they were doing it for the very first time, so everyone was learning as they were going along, and yet managed to get it done in absolute record time compared to so many other projects that I've worked on around the globe. And so I think for other investors who are looking to, dip their toes into the mining sector in Pakistan, whether that's in Balochistan or otherwise, the message from that is incredibly positive. It gives it gives the confidence to know that when that partnership is successfully established, things can happen very, very quickly and underpin some of the most robust, sort of legally stabilised investments that I've ever seen in the mining sector.
Do you think that that's given a green light, if you like, to other global majors to take a closer look in the region and in Pakistan?
Yeah, well, I certainly think that's obviously one of a stable long-term legal and fiscal framework is one of the minimum requirements for a major mining company to look at a jurisdiction. And so I think the example set by the Reko Diq project, should give confidence to other major miners. But I think also, I suppose it's also, I know you're going to touch upon this a bit later, Richard, but it should also give confidence to junior miners who may not be the long-term developers of a project, to know that they are investing in exploration against a backdrop where majors can ultimately invest.
No, absolutely. We'll get around to those smaller companies. I'm a little bit partial to them myself, actually, but that's good. Fahim, thank you for joining us as well. And it's quite an interesting setup where Mari is such a stable and profitable and entrepreneurial company in Pakistan, and then you're looking across into the mining sector. I mean, what sort of synergies do you see between the petroleum and critical minerals exploration in Pakistan? But first, why don't you tell us a little bit, Mari, and set the stage for it?
Okay, thank you, Richard. I've been honored to be part of the panel. As you said, Mari is a very stable E&P company. We are sitting on the largest gas reserves of Pakistan. We contribute majority of the urea production for the food stability of the country. We want to diversify into the critical minerals going forward, as every other E&P company is doing. This is planning for the next generation of our growth, if you like. So, once you talk about investment into mining and its relationship with the E&P sector, I think both industries are similar in terms of how the investment decisions are made. You have exploration risk, you have high capital costs, you have long payback periods, you have project execution risk, you have fiscal and commercial risk which you have to manage. And all those things have to be put together to make the investment decisions. On top of it, if you talk about HSE aspects of any project, if you talk about ESG frameworks, you talk about CSR, I think both industries are pretty similar, and that gives us the advantage to translate some of the skill set into the mining. Having said that, exploration of the critical minerals is extremely challenging, as you probably are fully aware. So we have to set up the groundwork very, very in a thoughtful manner, and that's what we are trying to do. So we are not going in all directions. We're only focusing on few of the minerals. We are engaging with international expertise wherever it is needed. We are setting up exploration workflows which are fit for purpose, using best available technologies, and capturing the local and international expertise and the young talent which we will develop as part of this process. So that's the strategy we are following.
Speaking about the young talent, could you give us a bit of a flavour for the audience here of the sort of higher educational capabilities and institutions that are currently there? Just broad brush sort of situation. I was talking to one gentleman in the audience about his mining engineer and graduate of university in Pakistan, and that's tremendous to have that sort of in-country capability and education.
Yeah, we have some world-class universities teaching engineering degrees in all sort of areas of engineering. Just 2 years ago, we in Mari injected about 60 young graduates on a 2-year development program for all the disciplines, petroleum engineering, mechanical, electrical, civil. So the plan was to develop them, and then whoever wants to stay with Mari, they will have a job. Whoever wants to move to other companies, they can move there. And actually some of them, even before they completed their 2 years, have been offered jobs, not only by the other companies in Pakistan, but also abroad. So it's really, really good, talent pool which is available. And most of them have kind of ended up here in Middle East. Some have gone to Europe and North America.
Okay, yeah. No, thank you for that. Glenn, sorry to leave you there till last. That's only the first round, don't worry. We'll come and pick your brain in there a little bit further. But you're an industry expert. What are the key factors that, in your opinion, position Pakistan's mining sector, especially in the area of critical minerals, and as a compelling investment opportunity even? And can Pakistan become an important player in the mining world?
Well, to cut to the conclusion, I think it can, and I think that it will. I believe that the Reko Diq project, the size and the scale of the project, and the fact that it's operated by Barrick, a leading and respected operator, now that it has been essentially reconstituted through the negotiations that Rebecca spoke to, and I think the impressive, highly prospective and exciting geological potential of the country, which is massively underexplored and underexploited, I think should and I think has positioned Pakistan for success in the critical minerals area. And I think the international mining community is and will continue to take note. If I think about Pakistan as a potential investment destination, particularly for copper, which I guess is the central focus at the moment. It brings to mind over 35 years other countries that I've worked in where you've seen nations emerge as a potential new mining province, and you live through some of the experiences, some of the difficult experiences that they go through. Now, Pakistan is clearly on a journey here, but it is making excellent progress. And I think that the process that has been gone through in Reko Diq sets the country in a very good position to move forward with the kind of political consensus that has developed and has emerged from this, which I think is very positive and very durable. The legal reforms that have been put in place already, I think, are extremely positive, but I would think is even more important is the commitment of the governments at all levels, at the provincial and federal government, to continue to make progress and to engage in dialogue with the international mining industry in a way that ensures that the entire package, including the mining fiscal regime, is competitive by international standards. When we think about some of those other countries that I alluded to earlier, we've seen many challenges, including, for example, Mongolia, where I've spent a fair bit of time over the last few years, where the country opened up sort of geologically, and obviously we've seen the Oyu Tolgoi project being the sort of most recent world-class copper project to come into operation. But the country was politically immature, economically at a very low level, and in a sense excited about the opportunity, but not ready for it in any respect. And I think that has caused some challenges and difficulties, which we've all read about in the mining trade press and elsewhere. The previous country presentation, which was very impressive, highlighted another key difficulty in many countries that want to emerge onto the international mining stage around infrastructure, chronic lack of infrastructure, and the inability to marshal the capital and organize things at the national political level to deliver infrastructure. And when I think about Pakistan, I think it compares very favorably with many of the jurisdictions that I'm thinking about in my mind. I mean, the infrastructure, as has been pointed out, is there. Does it need to be expanded? Yes, it does, but the corridors are there. The government has the capacity and the willingness to support it, to build it out not just for one project, but for many projects, and to ensure that it enables broad development of the sector. So we're not starting from scratch. Obviously, Pakistan is an established country, has a huge economy, a massive population that want to be employed, young people that will look at the mining industry, I'm sure, as an incredible growth opportunity for them personally. And so, Pakistan has a lot of kind of assets, including the oil and gas sector, another extractive sector with which the country is familiar, and the public understands the nature of the business and the nature of the process. So I'm very excited about Pakistan. I'm very optimistic, very bullish on the idea that Pakistan can achieve the goals and ambitions that His Excellency Mr. Ali outlined earlier.
Yeah, infrastructure, that raised an interesting question there. If I could ask you here, look, how is Pakistan positioning itself with respect to the infrastructure required to support the development of this mining opportunity?
Richard, infrastructure is a very important aspect for the growth of Pakistan's mining industry. We'll talk about the different elements of infrastructure. We have two major ports, and Port Qasim is very well developed, it's well connected, and it may serve. Now, Reko Diq is in the more remote areas of Pakistan, but it is still, relatively well connected to Port Qasim. Over time, we see the growth of Gwadar in Balochistan as well. Gwadar port is a very important part of Pakistan's strategy for the development of Balochistan. So over time, we'll see both the ports supporting the mining industry. Historically, we have had a good rail network. Of course, there'll be a need to augment rail infrastructure depending on the location of these projects. But what we expect is that, let's say, if certain infrastructure is being developed in connection with RECODIC, it will be open access. Other players coming in will benefit from this infrastructure. So, I mean, the same applies to roads as well. We have a good road network. There's need to enhance it, and that is to be expected. A couple of other elements of infrastructure are power. We have a well-developed power sector in the country, but different projects will require, some of them will require dedicated power sources, and they may start on using more traditional fuels, but over time we see an increasing element of renewables coming into mining as well. And some of these power projects may support other industries as well. And we have seen that happening in the case of Barrick's operation in the Dominican Republic. They have an LNG terminal which supports their mining project there, but it supports other areas as well. I mean, it supports power generation for other communities also. So, I mean, we could see that happening here as well. And lastly, water is also an important part. Studies are being done, and we don't see that being a problem. We certainly don't see it as a showstopper. But it's an area we will be watching this area very carefully and making sure that it aligns with the growth of the mining industry in the time to come.
It's interesting, both the Minister and the and Mark Bristow commented about the opportunity there of the sort of an Andean type mineral development, and it just occurred to me, and you might be in a position to comment on this because of your experience in both the energy sector and mining. Do you think of Pakistan as probably a sort of a Chilean type opportunity, an Andean type, South American type opportunity, but with energy, but with oodles of energy to drive it and to energize it?
You know, energy. We have. If you think of energy, we import energy as well. We have indigenous sources. We have both. And energy is something, to the extent we require it to support the mining sector, it will need to be planned carefully so that it is done in a sensitive manner to our clean energy commitments and sort of energy transition strategy. So will require some thought, but I don't see energy as being a problem for Pakistan. I mean, we have as well, and where RECODIC is, there's plenty of sun over there, but it may not be sufficient. Solar may not be sufficient to meet the energy requirements of this project, at least upfront. So we may need to start off with more traditional sources and then more renewables coming in over the years.
Certainly an opportunity, isn't it? Well, as we wrap up, Rebecca, I was going to ask you that question about the smaller companies' opportunity there, and do you see what's happening in RECODIC and the collaboration and cooperation between various parties in the nation as sort of giving encouragement to probably a few maybe junior explorers in the room here today to come and have a look and see what if they could deploy capital in this environment?
Well, obviously the short answer is yes, but there's also a lot more to come on this front, and we haven't had a chance to go into it in a lot of detail today, but you have heard references to sort of the harmonisation of the mining regulatory frameworks across the provinces, and that plan is underway. And you also saw the Minister sort of referring to some of the initial work that surveying work that's going to be undertaken by the Geological Survey. So I think the building blocks for that are in place, and there's a lot more to come. And so, as you were saying at the beginning, if anyone is interested on that front, they should go and have a chat at the Pakistan
Oh, and have a look at those maps again. Yep. They are first class. Final comments there for him. Anything that you'd like to add there?
I think the point I would like to try to make is the question you asked, Masood, about other sources of available energy resources in the country. So I think we still have a very large conventional hydrocarbon potential left in the country. We also have our offshore basins completely unexplored. We also have a huge shale gas potential. And all together with minerals is probably putting us to what you were talking about, you know, comparing ourselves with some other countries like Chile or South Africa, for example. I think there's a lot being done in the recent years in terms of, you know, streamlining all the legal and the fiscal frameworks, the fiscal regimes. You heard about SIFC and the Foreign Investment Protection Act. All those initiatives are actually going to help us attract the investment and invest into all of these sectors kind of simultaneously to build a prosperous country and the future for Pakistan.
And Glenn, if you had to put the Pakistan opportunity into one word or maybe three, how would you describe it and why?
Take a look.
Love it. Yeah.
Look, I think the merits of Pakistan as a potential investment jurisdiction in this critical mineral space, I think, have been extremely well outlined. And you know, it occurs to me sitting here that there are other advantages that haven't even been touched on. The existence of, frankly, very well managed, well capitalized, profitable local companies that can partner with investors that would prefer to come into Pakistan in that way to help them kind of learn the ropes. I think that's a significant advantage. The fact that Pakistan is well wired in with development financial institutions globally and strongly supported, and therefore there's a mechanism for attracting project finance and for addressing political and other risks that may be perceived to be there. You know, all of these things, I think, mean that Pakistan demands the attention of the international investment community. We are not going to address the anticipated copper supply shock that is in our future unless Pakistan is helped and supported by the international community to become the next Chile.
Well, Masood Nabi, Rebecca Campbell, Fahim Haider, and Glenn Ireland, thank you very much. Please show your appreciation for this discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, okay. Good session, gents, good session. No, I'll get you to come up. Oh, too late. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, so we'll, got a few to come. I can see more people coming in now. They drift in, they drift out. Thank you. Gee, the big button is the forward button. Okay. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is to look very closely at a very exciting country, and that is Nigeria. Rich, incredibly rich in mineral prospectivity and reality. Joining me today is Dr. Abdul Razak Garba. He's the Director General of the Nigeria Geological Survey Agency. So I won't take any more time. Would you please welcome me in joining Dr. Garba here today? And I might ask Dr. Garba now to give us a presentation, and I do make the point that after Dr. Garba has spoken, that we'll take questions from the floor. So, Dr. Garba, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon, I'm going to take a profile on Nigeria. That is in terms of the mineral potentials we have in Nigeria, data availability, our efforts at disseminating this data, making it available for investment decision, and then also mining investment opportunities that has emerged in Nigeria consequent upon the efforts of government to try to see that we de-risk this sector. Country profile. What is important here is that the population of Nigeria, which is about over 230 million, makes it one of the emerging economies in the world. And also, as you can see, the land mass, which is over 923,000 square kilometers, makes the geological framework very interesting and conducive for all types of mineralization. As you can see, we have basement rocks, which we have all types of minerals, especially metallic minerals. We have the younger granites also, where we have tin, rare earth, niobium, tantalum associated with it. The sedimentary series, we have all sorts of industrial minerals that you can think of, limestone and so on, and even lead zinc mineralization within the sedimentary, and also the tertiary and recent volcanics. In a nutshell, Nigeria has about 44 types of mineral occurrences which has been identified in over 500 locations. And this includes metallic minerals, energy minerals, industrial minerals, and all other minerals that you can think of in investment terrains. Nigeria is endowed with what we call metallogenic provinces, where you have metallic minerals within the western part of the country. And in the northern part, north central part, you have within the Yogan granite, as I mentioned earlier, you can see tin, niobium, and tantalum. And then within the sedimentary terrain, you can see lead, zinc, and barite mineralization. Recently, with the advent and the finding of hard rock lithium in Nigeria, a new metallogenic provinces have been identified, and this is what we have in the central part, running northeast, southwest, where we have, and also in the southern part of the country, we have mineralization, lithium, hard rock lithium, tantalum, ore-bearing pegmatites in these two areas. So, resource endowment, we have barite, gold, limestone, bitumen, tar sands, iron ore, coal, lead, zinc. Kaolin also is one important mineral type we have found in Nigeria, which is in abundance, that is industrial minerals. Our data availability, geological maps, as you can see, the map of Nigeria, a significant proportion of the country has been mapped on 1 in 100,000 scale. Where we don't have the published data set, that is in terms of map, we still have the field map and work is ongoing in producing the data set on geological maps. We also have geochemical maps available for some part of the country. Recently, we have embarked on high-density sampling, 1 in 2.5 square kilometer sampling in parts of the country. This is in essence to provide evidences and data sets for exploration, exploration targeting definition in the country. Also, we've done airborne survey before in 2007. The earlier one, which we have not total national coverage, was done on 80-meter terrain clearance and line spacing of 500 meters. There is an ongoing airborne in conjunction with Excalibur, and that we have acquired up to 81% coverage of the area enumerated, and this is within what we call the proof of concept area. The proof of concept area are areas we have identified from the last airborne survey to have enrichment in some certain minerals. Now, the essence of this is to provide high-resolution data sets, airborne data set for investment decision-making. We also have what we call exploration research and data, the National Integrated Mineral Exploration Project, which aim at generating bankable geoscience information in greenfield and brownfield setting through integrated exploration methodologies. And the deliverables, as you can see from this chart, is one, essentially to identify targets, geological constraint reports, and then finally what we call a competent persons report on each of the identified targets. For example, as you can see, this is the schist belt, some of the areas that we have worked in, and some of the data set that we have generated in this particular location where we have drilling. It shows the potential for what we call low-grade, high-tonnage nickel, chromium, cobalt mineralization in part of northern Nigeria. Also, our peg matters, as you can see, the percentage we have up to 7.5% lithium oxide content in some of the locations where we have done some activities, which includes also drilling with large intersection of lithium or spodumene-bearing intersections within this area. We also have lead zinc investigation that has been done, where drilling has been done and data sets have been acquired in those areas. Publications. Nigeria, we have quite a lot of publication bulletins, occasional papers, records of geological survey, maps, geological, airborne, geophysical, geochemical. We have map album of the country showcasing the mineral resources of each state of the country. And also we have some target exploration reports across the country. Our data dissemination infrastructure. We have what we call a National Geodata Center, which hosts a lot of information, which includes over 100 years data sets, which we have with the British Geological Survey. And the essence of this is that we have what we call a central server in NGSA, one in Kaduna, that is our laboratory, and one in a sister agency. We also have what we call a mineral resources decision support system. Now, what this does is that it allows you, it has front-end and back-end schema. It allows you to assess geological information integrated with mineral resources, infrastructure, water resources, and so many social data sets whereby you can query and look at, for instance, a particular area where you are interested in making investment decisions. What are the infrastructure? What is the social situation in those areas? We also have a lot of our data sets on our website. That is the Nigerian Geological website, where we have a lot of resources, including maps, airborne data sets, geological maps, geochemical maps, which downloadable information that you can use. Nigeria has moved from the older system and has engaged what we call, or we are into what we call electronic mining cadastral system. And this is what we call scalable modular system, fully based on IT system. The advantage of this is it allows for ease of doing business, real-time availability. You can apply for a license online, and it reduces the time you need to process your application, especially if you are interested in licensing. It reduces the use of paper and, of course, the total cost of operation. The licensing regime in the country, we have different types of licenses: reconnaissance permit, exploration license, small scale, mining lease, quarry licenses, quarry lease and mining lease and water permit, and the rates which you pay and the lifespan of these licenses are enumerated in the presentation. Now, imagine opportunities in Nigeria, as you can see. Nigeria is an emerging nation where mining companies are interested in. Opportunities occur, or you can find them: drilling service providers, mining contractors, bulk transport, warehousing and secure storage, inspection, sampling, analytical services, environmental impact assessment specialists, and also international financial and legal services can come into the country and operate. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Garber, on that. We have about 10 minutes or so for questions from the floor, and I invite you to think on that, but as the prerogative of the host here, I have the opportunity to ask the first question. Dr. Garber, you touched on discussion of the National Integrated Exploration Project, or NEMEP, as we know it, Phase 1. Now that's all fine, but what is government doing to sustain the efforts of what we'll call Phase 2 of NEMEP?
Thank you very much. What we are trying to do is that the Phase 1 of the project itself look at broader areas within the country. And with this, we have been able to identify different types of targets within different types of commodities we have looked at. If you take, for example, on the lot A1, where we did work on different type of gold mineralization we have in the country, pockets of areas have been identified. So the Phase 2, which government is trying to promote and sponsor, now will look deeply into this identified targets within the different commodities we have identified, and also do what we call further investigation that will take it up to resource level. With this, our belief is that we can attract more investors, because by that time we'll be able to talk about the resources in terms of tonnage for investors to make decisions. Thank you.
The priorities under NEMEP Phase 2 there, what commodities might be your priority commodities, and are they what we term the strategic or critical minerals?
Well, our priority this time out will be looking at what we call energy transition minerals, essentially within the pegmatite belts where we have identified high-grade hard rock lithium. Certainly, we will look at those areas. We have copper also mineralization in Nigeria. Manganese is there and so on. So these are the areas we are going to focus. Basically, we look at energy transition minerals.
Okay, fine. Questions from the floor. Sir, do we have a microphone here? You can always rely on a lawyer for a good question.
Thank you so much. Again, for those who weren't here earlier, my name is Sayyid Muaz Shah, and I represent the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, which we are an OIC-affiliated body that connects all private business interests throughout the OIC world. So I'm so happy that Nigeria, our member state, is also here present in this scenario. As a lawyer, of course, one of the key things that we discussed in the previous two sessions, one on Congo and one on Pakistan, was the focus on mining legal framework and regulatory framework. And in your presentation, I didn't note anything in respect to that, because in order to convince major investments, facilitate investments, is how is the legal framework of mining? And if you can share some success stories or some recent updates, I would highly appreciate it, because we're looking to, in the OIC level, particularly in this industry, how we can help facilitate the development of legal and regulatory framework, develop technical talent, which then will eventually lead to investment. And hopefully we're here as well to speak to Madin, who is the main kind of giant to be able to do that. So perhaps if you can shed some light in respect to the mineral mining legal and regulatory framework and how Nigeria has developed that to encourage investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nigeria has a Mining Act which was, I think it was ratified in 2007. And that Mining Act, I believe, or from world perception of it, is one of the best mining acts that we have in the world. And government has continuously, from time to time, update or modified through the National Assembly to ensure that what we do or what is within the Mining Act itself meets with the challenges of the time. Because most importantly, you know, with time, sometimes some of the things you have in the Act changes. And this framework is being addressed by the Ministry of Solid Mineral currently. For instance, if I give you an example, recently the Federal Executive Council approved what we call regulatory framework for policy for energy transition minerals. That is, this has to do with mining, exploiting itself, processing, exploration of energy transition minerals. So with this, in Nigeria, we address the issue of regulatory framework for mining industries. And I think what we have in the country meets international standard. Thank you.
Fine. So you have a question here?
Hi, my name is Mansoor Qureshi. We also do some business in Nigeria as well, in tin and in gold. Two very specific questions. One is on logistics, the port congestions and Emirates not flying to Nigeria, etc. Like a lot of mining economics is about logistics, and I was just wondering what the investment pipelines or framework looks there. The second thing is also around tin specifically, you mentioned. You might know that Nigerian tin traditionally has quite a high quantity of uranium because of the mixing techniques, etc. Good tin gets mixed with bad tin because of lack of education in the market. So I was just wondering also in terms of small-scale mining operators and their knowledge of how to mine better, if there's any initiatives being done there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the issue of small-scale mining, in Nigeria, we have a department, a full-fledged department within the Ministry of Solid Mineral Development that handles the issue of small-scale mining, artisanal and small-scale mining. And at a point in time, we have a World Bank project that looked at small-scale mining in the country and looked at the possibility of formalizing them into small cooperatives that government can manage. Recently, the Minister of Solid Mineral Development mentioned something that small-scale mining small-scale miners, artisanal and small-scale miners must, as a matter of necessity, formalize themselves and register themselves with the Ministry of Solid Mineral. The essence of this is to ensure that we can track most of this artisanal and small-scale mining, and also government should be able to provide what we call support services to this group of miners. I have the pleasure of welcoming the Minister of Solid Minerals of Nigeria, Dr. Henry Alaki, sitting there. So he has been driving the policy, especially what you ask on this artisanal and small-scale mining. But Nigeria has a robust regulatory framework that guides the artisanal and small-scale mining in the country. And the essence of this is to ensure that we manage them and ensure that they do what they should be doing. Thank you.
Okay. So you have a question, and the microphone happens to be right there.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the information about Nigeria and the investment opportunities in the mining sector there. My question is two parts. The first part is that a number of countries that are looking to attract investment in the mining sector often put riders on that investment, and they say things like, we expect there to be a downstream value-added unit along with this mine so that the miners are not just exporting the ore or the rock themselves. So my first question is there such, are there any such policies that require further value addition and not just pure export of the ore? And my second question is, if there in fact is not such a policy, on the converse side, is there incentive for people who do set up these mines, for example, an iron ore mine, to then set up a downstream steel manufacturing unit? And are those incentives in the form of, lower energy costs or better utilities or better infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure at a point in time, the government of Nigeria decided to ban export of raw ores from the country. And the essence of this is to ensure that you have value addition within the country, processing and so on and so forth. Then beyond that, at a point in time also, the Honorable Minister mentioned that, look, partnering with companies, you must come with value addition programs. If a company is coming into the country, there must be programs that you have in the overall plan to ensure that, one, you process and also you bring in companies that will do manufacturing within the country. So basically in Nigeria, that is the way we are doing things in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Any other questions here? We probably have time for one more question, so I might ask it if I may. You touched upon, we know geology, life begins and ends with data sets. My former boss, the great Roy Woodall, one of the great discoverers, he led the discovery of Olympic Dam, many others. He said to me, if you don't have your data sets in geology, then you don't have anything. So from the point of view of data sets in Nigeria, how available are these to the investing public and to the organisations or the companies that are looking to explore and discover?
The issue is this. Let me put it this way. You see, when we do our investigation on some of these commodities in the country and we identify these targets, one, there are two things. We have what we call a vibrant mining cadastral system. And incidentally, the Director General of Mining Cadastre is sitting here with me. But most importantly, our effort as government is to, our government side is to de-risk the mining sector by providing geosciences information to ensure that these licenses are available. Now, the assets are being managed by Mining Cadastre. And with the recent movement from the older system into electronic mining cadastre, one, like I mentioned in my presentation, it has engendered a situation whereby we have high returns in terms of the number of people coming, the transparency in the licensing regime, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Okay. I have one more question, and that is the relationship with our host country here, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can you just touch on that, where it is and where you see the opportunities in the relationship with Saudi Arabia, given that they're our hosts?
Well, our relationship with most of these operators and things like that is a very robust one, in the sense that they come to into Nigeria, assess most of this information either online or they come to geological surveys and take their information for the mining. And it has been a very vibrant one, because in recent times we have seen quite a lot of companies coming into Nigeria to take advantage of the information that we have available to establish mining companies in the country. Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Garba, on that. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Honourable Minister. Very, very welcome and keen to see you, not just in here, but at the Future Minerals Forum. I trust that the Minister's round table yesterday was very beneficial to you and to your country. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Garba and the Nigerian delegation for making such an effort to be here. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in thanking Dr. Garba, the Minister, and the delegation. Veronica Bolton-Smith from... few moments. Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this UK showcase. And also I think we must all thank our hosts here of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this fantastic conference and the opportunity to meet so many people. In his speech this morning, the Minister referred to the importance of collaboration, cooperation and connection. And that's very much what we from the UK are about and look forward to building further links with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but also the other countries and of course the industry sector and all the other organisations that are here. My name's Fiona Clowder. I'm a former UK diplomat. I was ambassador to Chile and the regional ambassador for Latin America and the Caribbean for COP26. I now work in the private sector, but what I'm very interested in is the interface of mining, energy, environment, which this conference is really bringing together. I'm very pleased to introduce our panel this afternoon, Professor Paul Monks, who is our Chief Scientific Advisor at the Department for Energy and Net Zero. Kip Jeffries from the Camborne School of Mines, the University of Exeter, and Richard Harrington from the Natural History Museum. And in the next 40-45 minutes, we're going to talk a little about what the UK has to offer. And what we'd like to do is both highlight some of the conventional things you might know about the UK and our interest in mining and international partnerships, but also to highlight some slightly different perspectives that are going to be very important for our world of the future. So if I can first ask each of our panelists to give just a 1-minute introduction on who they are and their particular interests in being here at this conference. Paul, can I start with you?
Thank you, Fiona, for that. So I'm Paul Monks, Chief Scientific Advisor to the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. And I've been very much involved from the government science side at supporting the development and the delivery of our critical minerals strategy in the UK. So in June 2021, we published our critical minerals strategy. It kind of had 3 taglines. It's ACE. It was to accelerate what we've got nationally, collaborate internationally, and enhance the use of standards as part of that. And just kind of pull that part a little bit more. So we're accelerating in the A part of this our national resources, be they lithium in Cornwall, tungsten in Devon, and other resources across the UK. We're also upping our skills sector and growing our skills sector, building on things like the Camborne School of Mines, on my left. We've also got areas around increasing our R&D piece. Yesterday we launched a multi-million-pound venture to train the next generation of R&D scientists in the area of critical minerals. And also in the A area, we're very interested in the circular economy and making sure we circularize the use of materials as they flow through our economy and using new and novel technologies to do the recycling piece. In the Collaborate, it's very much what we're doing here. It's about being an international voice for that, pushing and looking to work internationally, working with our companies, and we have some of the best mining companies in the world, and of course London is one of the big mining centres of the world, particularly for mining finance, and making sure that our companies and our financiers are working together in that global context and collaborating. I think in the E area, in the enhance, we're very much, and you heard our Minister Ghani speak this morning about the importance of ESG standards, upping the floor and pushing the ceiling up in terms of those sort of standards, making sure our financial sector is working to those highest ESG standards and working with the people and skills piece also across those things. And we're very keen actually to see a reduction in the number of standards, not a proliferation of those sort of standards, and adoption of fewer, more cross-cutting standards, because industry tells us that it's a part of that. So in the UK, the government is very supportive of the critical minerals agenda and sector. just kind of finished the picture. We produced a strategy, and then this is such a fast-changing area. I don't know if everybody agrees with that. We put out a refresh actually quite soon after that in order to look at the changing geopolitics, on that. And recently, just before Christmas, we had an industry-led task and finish group that the Minister asked to delivered an interesting report, which is well worth reading, about the industrial take on critical minerals in the UK economy. But I'll stop there, Fiona. That kind of gives a shape for what we're doing at that sort of government. And actually, I should give a call out to Richard on the far end here, who's been part of our critical minerals expert group in the UK. So our approach in the UK very much underpinned by having that science and that business and that economic expertise feeding into our strategies.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much for that quick overview, and we'll certainly come back and pick up on some of those important themes. Kip, can I turn to you to give a brief introduction?
Yeah, thank you. My name's Professor Kip Jeffrey. I'm a professor of mining education at the Camborne School of Mines, and this is quite a unique role which involves an understanding on a global basis of how we develop the talent and the skills required to support, such a massive global industry, and the challenges that companies and countries face when it comes to bringing those skills to bear in developing mines, in a better and more sustainable way globally. So we've managed to work with states, with countries, with companies to really develop a skills piece around how they take, their national staff, their national young people, sometimes with a challenging background in terms of education, and bring them into world-class mining operations and corporate roles, so that the skills in those countries are developed to the full, and they maximise the benefits to them. So within the Camborne School of Mines, we run all the usual things you would expect in terms of training courses, executive education, of master's level programs, short courses, and support for companies in specific technical challenges they've got, and research work alongside that. But perhaps, more uniquely, the roles that I've been talking about of working with particular companies and countries to develop that skills base is something that has attracted us to this process here in Saudi Arabia. I've been part of the design team, or the team working to put together the proposal for the Centres of Excellence that have been looked at by the ministerial meeting over the last yesterday, and so we're very excited to see the outcome of that, and we'll be part of the journey of hopefully implementation of that within the kingdom. So feeding into that is really an exciting future for both the kingdom and for the UK's involvement in it.
Thank you, Kip. And Richard?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Professor Richard Harrington at the Natural History Museum. Until recently, I was the head of Earth Sciences there, but I'm now leading on one of our major research themes, which is actually looking at resourcing the green economy, recognising that actually the use of the Earth's resources, both the grown and the mined resources, potentially puts us into conflict with the planet itself, and we are focusing in on that. We're a national museum. We have 5.5 million visitors a year. We are the most visited visitor attraction in the United Kingdom for the last couple of years. So we have another responsibility of putting science over to the public, over the natural world, that is in a balanced way, and enables people to both have ownership and engage with some of these scientific issues. And as part of that, because we have natural scientists, I'm a geologist by training, but we have scientists working all the way across in biology. We're looking at ways of integrating those sciences in this particular critical area of new resourcing, and we want to make sure that we can help design solutions for the planet that are sustainable from that point of view. And indeed, our mission statement is we see a future where people and the planet thrive. So unlike a lot of organizations, people come into the agenda of what when we're studying the natural world. And so we're realistic, we need those metals, but part of our research is focused on how do we, how do we tackle perhaps the conflicts between mining those minerals that we need and not further degrading the planet. And so we've been developing new paradigms really for future positive mining that we have been sharing. And like the Camborne School of Mines, we're involved in helping frame this Centre of Excellence through my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Richard. So I think we have a very different panel here, perhaps to some of the others that you may hear at this conference, because this is about the wider context in which mining, the energy transition, the things we need to do to address climate change, it's about framing that in a wider context, I think, and looking at some of the underpinning skills, science, technology and collaboration that comes into play. And if we also think about the UK, of course the UK is well known for many of the leading large mining companies, Anglo-American, Antofagasta, etc., being headquartered in the UK. Of course, our City of London is a major financial hub for the world, and so it also aims to be the green finance capital of the world. And so its involvement with all this activity is also very important, and where my colleagues and those who from our embassy, please do go and visit our stand at the UK Pavilion. We can also help put you in touch with those wider contacts in the finance world. My interest in all this originally came from, indeed, COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference, which the UK hosted in Glasgow. And so I come from a world of environmental policy making, and what really struck me was the world made all these great commitments to net zero, but actually the interface with the energy worlds and the worlds of mining to yield all the materials that are necessary for that transition, those worlds have been quite disconnected until very recently. And again, I think that's what's very innovative about this conference being convened by Saudi Arabia. But also, I had the honour of helping to co-moderate the Ministerial Roundtable yesterday. And what was also very striking is this broader regional connections, bringing together Asia, Africa, Europe, and wider, because this is a global problem and a global issue. And so, Paul, I'd like to come back to you. My original background was also in science and in building science links and international collaboration. So, Paul, can you tell us more about the UK strengths in this area? Because a very important outcome of yesterday's Ministerial Roundtable was about developing the network of centres of excellence where the scientific collaboration is going to be even more important. So, Paul, could you expand on that, please?
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, Fiona. And it's not just about the science, it's about the science and industry working together, I think, in this sort of area that is important. So I think what came out of the roundtable yesterday is a recognition that the super region idea really has legs. Why? Because in a way we can use places like Saudi Arabia as a gateway to Africa and Asia as a midpoint in that. There's much that we can do. And also it's a recognition, I think, in the Saudi area that they don't have all the skills and capability in order to meet all those sort of needs. So there's a partnering and brokering sort of exercise that's going on here, which I think is quite powerful in a way of being able to move this forward. I mean, what countries like the UK bring to this is the expertise in mining education and skills. But I think one of the things that the Centre of Excellence idea that's really grabbed me as part of the discussions over the last few days is this want to use innovation in mining and, in a way, learn from the mistakes. And I think many of the ministers speaking yesterday recognise that mining doesn't have the best image. And I'm not speaking, this is a mining conference on one level or minerals conference on one level. It's like a much uttered homily. But the question is, what do we do about that? And the answer is some of that relies on innovation. Why is innovation important and what can science bring to that? It recognises that actually we've got to look at the whole value chain, from taking it out of the ground through to the processing, the reprocessing, and then into manufacture. We've got to look at resource and resource efficiency across that, and science allows us to do that. We've got to think about the way that, as Richard said earlier, interfaces with natural resources, and the way that we look at water and water dependencies from the mining process. I think science and innovation, some of the things coming out of the great UK stuff at the moment is going back to visit resources that were deemed, like tailings, for example, that were deemed economically inefficient. And actually we can reprocess those, and it's much easier to reprocess tailings than it is to go back round and mine in order to do that. We've got new technologies coming online to increase the efficiency of ore recovery and mineral recovery from those. And I think, it kind of runs across that sort of whole value chain piece. So as part of the Mineral Science Partnership, the Mineral Partnership, we've got an innovative rare earth elements recycling company in the UK that's been pushed forward as that, where we're using hydrogen in order to recover rare earths in magnets that are already there. So it's really working across that whole circular piece and using innovation and science as a vehicle to be able to drive greater resource efficiency, drive greater economic recoverability of minerals and their byproducts, because many of these seems absolutely critical to me. I think Richard's nodding at that.
Yeah, if I can just...
Please do, Richard.
Yeah, just jump in there. I think, absolutely, Paul. I think the idea of green mining, but what I think is that, we can look... What I think is that, we can look, particularly with the work that we've been doing, we can look to nature for some of those solutions. And actually, we don't need to be thinking of just technogenic interventions. With mining is a temporary interruption to get the minerals of need. We need to think of those, every mine site at some point will go back to having a third-party use in some way. And we have to make sure that there's a net positivity and we heard this morning from the Minister, it has to be something that's net positive for the communities and net positive indeed for nature. And actually we can start to harvest nature to do some of these things for us in the cleanup and the progressive rehabilitation of these sites. And we've got some fantastic examples in the UK where we've repurposed old mine sites into things that are incredibly positive. There's the Eden project down in Cornwall, which it's post-mining. It's the largest visited tourist site outside London. It gets nearly, millions of visitors ever since it's closed. It's brought 2.7 billion into the local economy, and it's got long-term jobs there. And it's much more sensitively placed with regard to the environment than the mining was. So actually, the legacy of the mining, post-mining, is probably better than the actual mine itself. And I think there's a great opportunity for the UK to bring these into the mix of where mining can go to in the future, where we can actually create things that have a sustainable landscape and sustainable for the communities and the economies. We don't want the mine close, everybody loses their job, and it's a terrible, degraded landscape. We want things that are positive on all three fronts.
And that's going to be a very important part in terms of also, I think, the image of mining and building trust with communities.
Yeah.
To understand that, yes, that there have been very serious problems all around the world in the past, but we can do things differently in the future. And a lot of that also comes back to the strength of the science base. And I think, Paul, just picking up on some of what you were saying, it's both about the strength of research excellence in our universities, but it's about that wider ecosystem of the bridge into technology transfer, into innovation, into new technologies that can really help accelerate some of the developments in mining, and also can help address some of these environmental issues and open up new opportunities in the future that bring both economic benefit but also social benefits. And one thing I'd really like to say is I feel very much that people are at the heart of this agenda, and sometimes we forget that we talk about mining as the industry, we talk in the abstract about the environment and climate change, but fundamentally this is all about people and the planet we live on. and it's about enabling a better quality of life for everyone. And another important part of the people aspect is, of course, the skills and talent that are needed in the world of the future. And we're also looking, I think, at quite a different skills base, as well as the conventional mining engineers, exploration geologists, etc., etc. So I'd now like to turn to Kip to tell us more about the skills development, both what happens currently in the UK, but also how you see this developing in the future and the wider and perhaps different skill sets that need to be brought to bear. Over to you.
Yes, thank you.
And the wider and perhaps different skill sets that need to be brought to bear. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. I think the idea that ambitious plans like we see in Saudi Arabia in terms of the industrial development can go on irrespective of the availability of skills and so on is a kind of an impossibility. What has to happen is that that human capital, those human skills have to be developed alongside technology and alongside mineral project development. And indeed, they're often some of the slowest things to do. Saudi Arabia actually has a unique opportunity in it. It has fantastically qualified and skilled people in the petroleum sector, which can be redeployed and retrained into the mineral sector, and the same in construction and so on. But you still need to bring those skills to bear. So one of the key things that happens in many of the countries we've assisted in this way has been looking at exactly where the country is in terms of those skills availability, what the industry profile might look like, and how you get from one to the other, because that's actually the targeted type of approach and the strategies that you put in place that make it happen, not simply saying we can provide a series of courses for this, that, or the other. And so being able to do that analysis and then start to put those in place and make the appropriate offerings of them is something that we certainly see as one of the key areas that the UK has to offer and where we have experience of doing this in the past. I think the Kingdom also is in a hurry, and this is a really exciting part of what is going on here, is there is a thirst to achieve this with the 2030 vision. And so things have to happen at speed. And so skills is part of the acceleration process. It's part of the escalator that you put in place to make this happen. And that's where we can contribute, because we kind of appreciate the need for this and understand the processes you have to go through to have the skills base that is required. And so we're very excited by the opportunity to be involved in that. And that's why, Fiona, particularly in the design of the Centres of Excellence approach, that skills talent development is a key component, one of the key founding pillars of it, because it's only by providing the people who are there at the right time and not just trying to bring in expatriates who come in and deliver things for a short term and then disappear again, but to use the sort of potential of that is here already in Saudi Arabia. To utilize that to its best effect is where the Kingdom will see the maximum benefit. So we like to think that there is a great opportunity to be involved, to help that acceleration process, to help that development, and use the lessons that we've learned in places like Zambia and we've used in Malaysia and other countries where we have done that at a national level, and bring those to bear in the Kingdom, I think would be a really exciting opportunity.
So both for Saudi Arabia and indeed all countries around the world, it's both about analysing what the current skill, and indeed all countries around the world, it's both about analysing what the current skills gap is, but also how that may change, what the skills deficits may be in the future, and how quality training and evaluation programs can be put in place.
And if I'm
can I just ask you also about attracting new talent into the industry, particularly young people, particularly women into this sector?
Yeah, it's. I can be suitably challenging about this, but no, the many countries, and Saudi Arabia in particular is no different to this. It's, relatively young populations where actually the sort of employment prospects and the type of people coming in are that young generation are demanding and are required to deliver very different types of roles in an industry like this than they have in the past. The traditional mining engineering, traditional siloed areas of work are evaporating. And as new technologies and innovations are brought in, that brings it with it different skill sets. And this is going on around the world in that mining companies are starting to look very much at not just a mining engineer, but someone who has the technology skills, the computing skills, the skills in artificial intelligence, in automation, that allow them to engage with a data-rich environment where real-time decision-making has to be made in a highly pressured environment, as mining is, a 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, operations, and therefore people have to be trained to be in that environment, not the idea of going down into an underground mine purely and thinking about support and rock mechanics and so on. Those are key skills still, but they have to be embedded now with an environment where the data streams that allow optimization and control of your entire mining operation are available at the flick of a switch and will guide the process. And so, remote operation centers that are run in Chile, for example, that you may well have seen them yourself, and in Australia and so on, where that mining activity is controlled remotely, vehicles, are autonomous, and the types of arrangements that are made in order to schedule those activities are very different. Means that we train people in a different way. Richard has made the point that actually, if that new paradigm of mining is brought in, of where we really are looking at the end delivery point of a mine in terms of what it will create as a legacy, then again the skills that our mining companies will require will also change with that new mining paradigm. So I think that's where we feel there's some important things that are there to offer. If that is the way the kingdom is going, and it's very keen to do it quickly, we can try and help that process.
Yeah. So this is an exciting sector. It's about the world of the future, and it's about what we can do to also promote that sector to attract more young talent and a different skill set. So I'm going to open this up to questions in a moment, but first I'd like to come back to Richard. And in order to change that image of mining, public understanding and acceptability, relationship with communities is very, very important. So Richard, could you say more about that side of things?
Yes, obviously, as a museum, we're very keenly following what public perception of all of this is. And as we heard from Minister Ghani this morning, our industry is unfortunately poorly regarded out there because of lack of trust in some things that have gone wrong. But I think people need themselves to understand what the implications for the energy transition are, that we need these technologies, that they need to be able to have access to the full set of information in a digestible form that they can start to make the decisions themselves. We get a lot of young people who have a negative view of the legacy of the mine because that's all they think about, rather than the products that they're carrying around that have all those materials in them. So I think that's one of our challenges, and we're seeing in the UK actually fewer people perhaps subscribing to university courses because they perceive that the end game of mining is rather negative. So I think that's where we need to be changing things, because the industry has changed, and what would be this is a great opportunity here with this new centre, as we've been hearing, to actually cast this future vision of what a mine should look like, and then people can be more involved in planning the whole mining life cycle and not just the technical bit. And Kit was saying, we need to have people with more skill sets, but actually we need to have social scientists in the mining industry. We've been doing a project in the Philippines, which is funded by DEFRA, where we are working with an indigenous community that have been impacted by a poorly closed mine. And actually the first thing to do is to build that trust. We had to use social scientists who spent 3 months working with the communities to get that work done before we even stepped on the ground. And because of that, we have a massive engagement with that local community, because they see the plans we want to put in place are to create that positive future landscape that enables them to have a future life in that what was a degraded site. And additionally, creating things that are improving the biodiversity and increasing natural carbon capture. And I think that brought it home to me that we need to be bringing social scientists very closely into this whole process and be there right at the beginning.
Thank you. And I guess some of our audience might be surprised to find that the museum sector here at this conference.
Yeah.
But I think what you've outlined is our museums are not just about showcasing what happened in the past. They're very much about building public understanding of the underpinning science and social science developments, but also, crucially, about facilitating a public dialogue about the future that helps build that understanding, helps shift the image of mining, helps position mining in our world of the future. Just very quickly, Paul, would you like to comment further about ESG principles, which are also so important about building trust and understanding?
No, absolutely, and I think it's just to reinforce the point that I made earlier about ESG. I think it's consumers are demanding it. It's not something, consumers are saying we want our products, we want our batteries in our cars to be ethically sourced. We don't want people exploited as part of that. So ESG is becoming more and more important as part of that. I think there are challenges about raising the floor of what we mean by ESG. There's challenges about moving to fewer standards around that. And I think seeking clarity about really what we want around ESG and the areas of how we police that and make sure that it's a fair and equitable playing field out there across what is a global community with respect to these sort of standards. But I think that's not an excuse, that it's hard is not in some sense an excuse not to do it. I think it's intrinsic to what we've talked about today here a lot about, it's a chance for the mining and minerals sector to move to a different place by embracing those sort of standards and using them and showing that they're effective in raising the sort of standards of the processes and the outcomes from that. So for me, it's an intrinsic part of that. And I think kind of where I'd end on this actually is to kind of take the point that's come across this. This is a three-legged stool problem that we have here. We've got to have the right technology in there. We've got to have the right social context. This is socio-technical problems. We've got to, I think, to reinforce Richard's problem. It's people that do mining. It's people and communities that live near mines and work in the processing plants. So it's a socio-technical problem. But it's also an economic problem. The third leg of the stool is we need finance in order to do that and companies to do it. So you can't build this world, and this decarbonising world, without having all three legs of this socio-technical economic stool that this sits on. And I think the mining sector's got to embrace that, and standards are an important part of that piece.
Thank you. So I think we're running out of time. So are there any immediate questions from the audience? Gentleman there.
Sorry.
Sorry. You mentioned social challenges.
Yes.
Yeah. On what part exactly? Are you trying to let the people near the mines have more experience on mining, for example, the prospect or...
So I don't really want to get into kind of preaching about how people should do it, but I think you could look at some of the examples of recent mining ventures across the world and look at where co-creation and as Richard said, you know, like the Philippines example that he gave, working with that community would have enhanced it. I mean, one of the positions that we have in the UK government is we want to help and support provider countries get the benefits of that mining as part of that. And that includes the social benefits alongside the economic benefits. But Richard, you wanted to come in on this as well.
Yeah, just say that, you know, we talk about social engagement, but it's more than that. It's socially embedding people into the process from the beginning. Because actually one of the problems with mines is it takes a long time to get a discovered mine into production. And a lot of often the barriers to that are the fact that of all having to go through this sort of social permitting and so on. And actually, if a lot of that's done up front and you have an empowered community who have equity in the project, that will go better because there won't be that burden so much. And there's some very good examples out there. Tech, which is a Canadian company, although their ESG team are based in London, which is for the reasons that we think London is a really good place to set those standards. They've got a very good track record because the big zinc mine they have in Alaska actually has the indigenous community as equity holders in the land. So they co-created, as Paul was saying. There's a co-creation of the whole vision of the mine, rather than just so you let the people in very early on in the stages, and they then become part of decision making in the projects. And then that fits into on the nature side, because what we found in the Philippines is they have such a lot of local people, indigenous people, have all that information about the natural environment that perhaps we coming in as outside consultants, we don't have that. And when we work in an area, we always work with the local experts on the wildlife, and we should do the same with communities, work with the sort of local people, because there's a lot of indigenous knowledge. And I think it would accelerate permitting. So we would, from discovery to mining, it would shorten that process.
Can I just add?
Kip.
One of the key problems that happens in many countries is you get a company coming in, perhaps with overseas ownership. They develop a project in a local community. Governments receive royalties and taxes and so on from that, and therefore the sort of central part of the country sees a benefit, but the local communities see the impact, and it's the reversing of that. So it's actually the communities see the fair distribution of that positive benefit that mining can deliver, both financially and indeed in terms of the legacy and the skills and the employability and all those other elements. That starts to be something that local communities and therefore the kind of social conflict is reduced when it's not all, if you like, a centralized benefit and a localized impact. And I would strongly suggest that as policy is delivered around those sort of areas, that is thought about distribution, shared value between central and local is a key part to any good mining industry in a country.
So really building partnerships and dialogue from the start, I think, is very, very important. I think we'll probably have time for one final question. Gentleman in the middle.
Thank you. So you've all talked about there being a deficit of trust in one way or another. I wonder if you could just expand upon that a little bit. Let me give you three options, right? One option is there's a deficit of trust because of, as it were, own goals scored by companies and by the industry. So whether that's short-term or other activity that comes back to bite. Another possibility might be that actually there's a difficult story to explain about transition. And if you need more copper and more lithium and whatever else, then you need more mining, and there are trade-offs, and there's a difficult story. A third possibility is this is in some sense beyond the control of companies or the industry. There's a sort of global governance issue that is not, the industry itself can't resolve. So I just wonder if you could unpack the trust deficit a bit more.
Okay. Paul, would you like to start?
The short answer to that is it's all of the above. I mean, I think you're right. I mean, to try and say it's one or the other is not. I mean, you look at them all, and they're all intertwined around each other. And it's important for governments to start with your C, if you will, start for governments to provide the platform for that, through to what we were just discussing in the trust deficit piece about making sure that the local impacts are mitigated and benefit is seen from that piece. I think that engagement across the piece will help. I don't think it's the panacea for all ills. You know, I think that there is an expediency argument somewhere in this. I think that you push at, you know, that there's a demand for these resources, and there's a demand for them to be delivered relatively quickly. But I think, again, this is where some of the technologies can come in and the regulation can come in around making sure that the impact is assessed. So as we're running out of time, I will say that actually I think your question is very prescient in the sense that you have to consider all three parts of this. I think it is...
And also it's not going to happen overnight. I think there's also an issue about how do we know when we are starting to make progress in building trust. But final comments, Kip and then Richard.
I would be a little more challenging in a way about this, in the sense that I mean I agree the industry has shot itself in the foot in several occasions, and we could all name disasters of various sorts, and of course you know they get great publicity, and therefore people assume the industry is always like that, which it isn't. But the difficulty actually I believe is one of the industry has spent the last couple of decades to some extent flying under the radar, and has not really articulated to the public just its huge and central role and the fantastic things that it is doing. And that can only be done across the industry. It can't be universities trying to make the case for students to come and study, you know, mining topics at a college. They're too small. It has to be done centrally by the industry just to show its absolutely central role, not in society generally and in the things we're talking about of energy transition and so on. And I would ask for the evangelists to turn up here really and say, you know, why is the industry so important to the next generation of people coming into it? And I think that would make a huge difference, and an alliance across industry, governments, and indeed education and so on is probably what's needed to do that. We can't let children hear at a junior school that this is a horrible industry, that's a sunset industry, that's not going to be around. You just recycle a few things and the world is sorted. And then they come through with that view because you've lost them. We have to address it at that stage right the way through to what, you know, the importance to every individual is, just as we did actually in the UK with food. You know, where does your food come from? And try and explain that backstory. I think if we do that, we've got a good chance of the industry being seen as an important role in the future. Yeah. If we don't do that, I think it's going to be a really challenging piece when it comes to the next generations that we've got coming through.
Yeah, so very much agree about shifting public perception, about starting young and making this an attractive sector for the future. Richard, very quick final comments.
Yeah, I mean, I would go even further than Kip and say this transparency is needed. So industry just needs to be much more open about what it's doing. But what goes with that is we actually, you know, we come to this, we largely sing to the choir when we're at meetings like this. We need to engage with the people that are the naysayers about mining. And you know, one of the things that we've been trying to do at the museum is because we deal with the public, get the public in, find out what their problems are. So we have engaged with, you know, Just Stop Oil, Extinction Rebellion, and actually once you start to empower people to get the knowledge, we shouldn't be teaching, and that's one of the problems is. And that's why it's very difficult for the industry to change the perceptions, because they would be seen to be, well, you're kind of going to say mining's good because that's pays your bills and keeps your shareholders happy. We actually need people to come in and say, we want mining positively. And it's interesting that you can go to places like Cornwall, and companies like Cornish Lithium can crowdsource and raise money from the public. And then you can go to other parts of the country where they wouldn't touch mining with a barge pole. And it's not that the people are any different, it's just that they've got access to a different perception of the mining because of the background that they've got. And we need to be able to empower everybody to have the same level of understanding of where we are, and that actually mining is part of that change. But we need young people to get involved to make sure it's done positively.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it there. So about mining for change and about changing the future. Thank you very much for your interest. We've tried to set out some of what the UK has to offer. That offer is both at the top level of our government, through the strength of mining industry and also all the associated equipment manufacturers and suppliers, financial, legal services, but also, as we've heard from our panel, the strength of our science base, technology and innovation, also the investment environment that is provided in the UK, facilitation on strengthening regulatory standards, but also very much about attracting talent and ensuring high standards of skill development, and also crucially about public understanding and building that community engagement and trust. So please do come and talk to my colleagues on the UK stand. Please get in touch with any of us if we can help you, both in terms of building links here in Saudi Arabia, but also I think linking into this very exciting regional framework, the network of centres of excellence, and the growing the green minerals value chain. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Future Minerals Forum and to the Land of Opportunity Theatre. We have, to me, a very exciting subject up with us now. It's Northern Ireland, and for me that's for a few reasons. One, because we're going to talk about METs to the industry, the services and the supply to the industry from Northern Ireland. And secondly, it has a very personal touch for me because my family comes from County Sligo, which is just this far outside Northern Ireland. So it has a great deal, and I was there very recently, and I was in Northern Ireland very recently in that as well. So for me, it's very personal, and I think we've got a great subject. I'd like to invite our panel now to join us. And first of all, we have from Invest Ireland, Northern Ireland, Salim Haddad, from the Regional Director, Saudi Arabia and Levant. And Levant really covers Lebanon, Syria and Jordan. So welcome, Salim. Next, we have from the CDE Group, Rushan Garg. Rushan is the Regional Manager for CDE Group. And then from Evo Quip, we have Jamie Meares, from International Sales Director there. And then from Sensitech, we have Edir Boudouard joining us. He's the CEO. And then we have from Terex Washing Systems, Fergal McPhillips, who's the Global Business Development Manager. And then finally we have from TSAB, Julian Fagan, the Business Development Manager. So would you please welcome our panel. Now, I'll have a seat if I may. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to start this session with a 2-minute video. So if I look this way and I ask very kindly, we have a 2-minute video. Wow, well, there we have it. We have a group. I thought I'd start out with asking Salim a question there. It's with Northern Ireland, we know that it has a strong industrial heritage, and I have to say that it's globally recognised for development of its mobile solutions. Salim, can you tell us a little bit more about the evolution of Northern Ireland's engineering industry?
Thank you, Gavin, for the opportunity. Great to be back again at FMF 24. We're very much excited about being a country lead partner to FMF 24. Invest Northern Ireland is a government organization, Gavin. We work and operate under the Northern Irish Department for Economy. We are mandated by encouraging investments into Northern Ireland and support exports to the world globally. We have 28 offices spread all over the world. 5 of those offices are at IMEA region. We have an office in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where I am based and stationed at. We have a regional office in Dubai, a regional office in Johannesburg covering all of Africa. Recently, we have recognized the opportunity in Egypt and opened an office in Cairo. Of course, we have an office in Mumbai, and that's about it. So 5 offices in IMEA. This is how serious we are looking at India, Middle East, and Africa as an opportunity. Northern Ireland is a very well-known country in the engineering and manufacturing of material handling equipments, covering multi-sectors under that. Under that, we recognize the mining as a sector. We recognize quarrying as a sector as well. Definitely waste recycling is a very important and complements mining and quarries. So in Northern Ireland, I was surprised to find out that 40% of the world's global exports are coming from Northern Ireland. I mean, such a small country, but with massive engineering and manufacturing capabilities is a very impressive figure. I would say in 2022, Northern Ireland has exported approximately 1.3 billion pounds worth of material handling equipment globally. 15% of that number came to India, Middle East, and Africa. Out of that, I would say around 40% ended up in Saudi Arabia. So we do recognize that the mining sector in Saudi Arabia is a critical sector for us, for our growth, for our ambitious growth plans in Saudi Arabia. Through our participation at FMF 23 last year and the amount of traction and engagement we have experienced, okay, this is what encouraged us to participate again at FMF 4. We are here with 7 great Northern Irish companies that we have been keeping busy since this morning with engagements, with networking, with discovering opportunities, and so on. So that's how I would say it, Gavin. That's how we look at FMF.
Okay. I wanted to touch on. You said you're based in Jeddah.
Yes.
And we're here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The opportunities. It comes down to why have we got such an impressive delegation? There's a reason. There's a commercial reason for that. What do you see as the opportunities, particularly in respect of the kingdom?
Okay. Yesterday, we went to Qudiyya Experience Center, one of the largest infrastructure projects ongoing in Saudi Arabia. Definitely, we are very well positioned with our technologies and partners to serve those giga infrastructure projects with our equipment, technologies, and solutions. Of course, what we have learned from FMF 23 is that Saudi Arabia in particular, the Middle East in general, is looking at the mining sector, okay, as the second biggest pillar for economical development after the oil and gas and energy. So keeping that in mind, the mining sector is also going through a tremendous transformation. I would say even a paradigm shift in terms of approach, the scale of the projects, the concessions being awarded to multiple foreign companies coming to Saudi Arabia to invest in this sector. We have visited a mining site 2 days ago with the companies that has a JV formation between a UK company and a local Saudi company. So the mining sector, we do recognize the mining sector as an important sector for us to address, and we are very well positioned with the technology and the companies we have to serve it extremely well. The material handling sector in Northern Ireland has 4 or 5 very renowned and respected companies that served us, not only in the Middle East or Europe, but you look at North America, Australia, and so on. So we are trying to copy those success stories into this market, and so far we had really great examples of success stories into the mining sector.
Okay. Salim, you said that Invest Northern Ireland is a government, for want of a better phrase, department.
Yes.
That brings to me government-to-government relations. How do you see the relationship between Northern Ireland, the government, and the Kingdom government?
Well. I mean, we're operating under the UK, okay, definitely. So we're working very closely with the British Embassy in Riyadh, okay, and we're using their extensive, strong network into riding the wave along with them, okay? So that's one side of it. 2 years ago, we managed to take a delegation from Saudi Arabia to Northern Ireland, where they have visited 5 or 6 companies, I believe, and looked at their engineering capabilities and their manufacturing skills, and that played into our favor. That was a strong visit. For the first time, I know all of them, the gentlemen that visited Northern Ireland, were there for the first time, but they were very much impressed with what they have seen as manufacturing and engineering capabilities over there. But definitely, we work closely with the UK Embassy, okay, and we do actually meet regularly on regular basis, and we do build on their success stories and the wider UK offering into the mining sector.
Yeah. So what you're really saying is that with Invest Northern Ireland, and I can recognise the UK link, but that in the area of materials handling, that you certainly punch above your weight.
Oh, definitely. They come to us for that, to be honest with you, when it comes to material handling strength. And you saw we have a separate pavilion this year adjacent to the UK pavilion. And that's how big is this sector into Northern Ireland and how well recognized it is. And we had the ministerial visit as well. And that created a lot of excitement and noise around it for us.
Okay, strength your arm on that. But back to the companies we looked at here, I'm going to ask each of the companies to look at the first part here to 2 parts of a question. The first is when we look at technological innovation, we can look at automation, digitisation, electrification, and even to a certain extent areas like AI, artificial intelligence. So the first part of the question to each, and I'm going to start, Ruchin, with you, is can you give us a 1-minute insight into your company? Okay. And then can you help us with that second part of the question, which is how the technological innovations that we touched upon a moment ago changed your business model. And that, I'll ask the question of each of you down the line. So tell us who you are and how innovation has got you to where you are or where you're going. So first of all, we've got Ruchin Garg, CDE Group, Wet Processing Equipment Company. Bang, off you go.
I'll try my best to use this 1 minute. CDE is a 30 years old company. We have more than 2,000 installations across 100 countries. We design wet processing solutions to recover resources out of the waste and also more efficiently recover the natural resources or use, as the last session was talking about the positive mining. So that's the space we work a lot in terms of wet processing solutions to sustainably and effectively and more efficiently recover those resources. We have offices across the globe. Middle East and Africa is one of the regions that we work out of. We have our offices across in Australia, Americas. We're based out of UK. We have our offices even in Europe. Coming to the question as how technological innovation has changed our business model. So yes, technological innovations and also the need of the market had impacted the business model. Say, when we started, most of these processing plants used to be those stick-built plants, where complete change is now on modularity. What this helps us is there has to be a pace in the mining solutions. A mining plant cannot now wait for 3 years to be installed. That was one of the requirements, so modularity has helped. Digitization and smart apps and everything. So we have developed a patented app that gives you insight on a live database. Optimizing even those plants to a far greater extent and optimizing them to the best of the possibility is what digitization is helping us. Everybody wants, say, every pound they spend, they want the best use of it. So digitization is helping us, and we as a company have been able to evolve and do it for the industry. So yeah.
Well done in that. Now, Jamie Mears is with EvoQuip, looking at crushing, screening and conveying equipment. Could you give us an insight into your company, about a minute or so, and then look at that question of how innovation has impacted, changed or will change your business model?
Yeah, of course, Gavin. So EvoQuip is one of 3 mobile crushing and screening brands within Terex. And traditionally, Terex would be seen as an acquisition company. But EvoQuip is slightly unique, where Terex leveraged off the 60 years experience that they have in the mobile crushing and screening market and created EvoQuip organically. They really saw a gap in the market for compact equipment, and that's how we differentiate ourselves from the other 2 brands within Terex. So we focus predominantly on the quarrying and recycling market. The heaviest machine that we offer is 35 ton. And for that reason, we try to delve into, user friendliness, machines that can be easily set up on site, maybe within 5 minutes, lower fuel consumption, easier to transport due to the reduced weight. So we've been in the 7th year now, and we've been growing quite quickly and exponentially. We're very well established now in Europe, North America, Australasia, and the Middle East is a very big focus for us right now. With regards then to your queries on innovation, so I suppose to focus initially on digitization, Terex was the first mobile crushing and screening brand to standardize telemetry. And what I mean by telemetry is remote monitoring of our machines. So we can record any faults that are being seen. We can record the output of the machine, all done remotely. And we've actually just very recently released a customer fleet app, where the customer has an application on their phone, and they will receive a notification if there's some kind of issue or something with the machine, maybe low on oil or something. They get the notification to their phone, and they can address these things before the problem actually happens. And then to do with the powertrain of our machines, I think electrification is a real hot topic now within the industry. And of course, we have hybrid machines available currently within our product range. And we're actually going to the next step to look at hydrogen diesel solutions. So there's currently a project ongoing with the local Queen's University Belfast for a hydrogen diesel solution within mobile crushing and screening equipment. So we hope by the end of 2024 to have trialed this technology within one crusher and one screener. So yeah, there's a lot going on.
So that's not too far away, that hydrogen related.
No, and listen, I think for places where there's abundance of sun and water availability, that tends to lean itself towards the hydrogen. So listen, it's very early stages, but we have to start the testing and then see where it goes.
Okay. SensorTech, which is in the area of low-powered wireless sensors for remote machines. Adir Budawad, Adir, would you give us an insight to sensor tech and then look at the question of a model, how it changes the model, impacts the model?
Yeah, thanks, Gavin. So, SensorTech is a company who has developed wireless sensors for remote machine condition monitoring, and pretty much putting sensors around equipment, all type of equipment, including all the machines that are being provided by Northern Ireland, manufactured there, up to the end user. What we do, we monitor key parameters, a bit like your heartbeat, and based on that data we collect, we can predict if a machine is going to break down, avoiding downtime, reducing overall energy wastage, and helping the world becoming more sustainable. We have application in all industries. Mining represents roughly about 50% of our overall market, and we're pretty much global. So anywhere from Cape Town to Australia to South America, we are monitoring full sites and full mines, helping customers to monitor equipment and helping them with reducing downtime and optimizing machine efficiency. So in terms of technology, obviously we're heavily focused in technology and innovation. Our system has been based on general knowledge of equipment, information databases for the last 70 years. Through the upcoming innovation that we see around the world, we are seeing a lot more AI integration into our systems. And that's helping customers to not only tell them, if a machine is going to break down, but being a lot more accurate in terms what issue may I encounter, how long do I have left on my equipment, how quickly do I need to send somebody, and really helping customers to be much more predictive into what's going to happen with their equipment.
In my country, Australia, we have some pretty big minerals processing facilities. One of them is more than a minerals processing facility is more than 1 kilometre long, and it always has these issues of sensing where it might break down or where it does break down. So, does your equipment look to these large mineral processing plants as well as the smaller ones?
Absolutely. So we monitor anything from large vibrating screen crushers, large conveyor belts, so anything from end to end, whether it's mobile plant or static plants, especially in a remote location where you maybe don't want to send somebody or it might be a health and safety concern. You can put sensors there who will keep an eye on your equipment 24/7, avoiding any kind of concern.
Okay. Right. Now, did we touch upon the how impacting your model?
In terms of technology, yeah. I mean, I've touched a little bit on that, saying about the AI element of it. So what we do see, especially after the COVID, we are seeing a big rise in need of remote condition monitoring globally around the world. People don't want to send personnel into remote sites. The integration of AI into our system. So we're just seeing a big drive into more remote condition monitoring and across full sites, where before it might have been 1 or 2 equipment. We see now that end users and customers are going across sites, everywhere around the world. We've got a lot of very successful success stories in other parts of the world, the mining industry, and we're hoping to repeat the same thing here in the Kingdom.
Did you mention how many countries that you've exported to?
Today we're around 35 countries.
Wow.
Around the world, yeah.
That's fantastic in that sense. Fergal McPhillips with Terex washing systems. My 8-year-old grandson would rather your name was T-Rex washing systems, but that's not going to happen. But Fergal, can you give us an insight into Terex and also the business model and how innovation is impacted?
No problem. Thank you very much, Gavin. Yes, so Terex Washing Systems was formed in 2012 by amalgamating 2 sister brands, PowerScreen Washing and Finlay Washing. So we actually work off a legacy of brands of over 60 years in innovation for washing equipment. And ultimately, the types of products that we do is everything from the feeder all the way through to the filter press. So we pride ourselves on the ability to provide a solution ultimately from A to Z or A to Z, depending on who we're talking to. So the equipment that we manufacture is mainly for the market of quarrying for the construction sector, but also we do a lot in the mining sector. One particular segment of the mining sector that we would be particularly active in is the silica sand. So silica sand washing for the likes of glass production, either bottled glass or flat glass. We manufacture in Northern Ireland, that's the headquarters, but we also have manufacturing facilities in India, and we operate through a global dealer network. So we like to have the dealer in the country who's going to be able to do the after sales, the support, the spare parts, etc. In regard to the question on digitization and electrification, now, most of our equipment is already electric. We don't really run much of our equipment with diesel power. And on the digitization part of things, like we have a lot of telemetry in it, and these are quite complex projects, especially if you're getting into the silica sand production. So we find that monitoring of the plants is crucial. So we actually use some of the sensor tech equipment, and then we put this through a various different system in order to get the spit out the data. And the data is the power ultimately. So when we have the monitoring, we can tell if the equipment needs further maintenance, or indeed if there is an ability to get more capacity out of the machines. So we work off gathering all of the information, feeding it through, that it can give you a readout exactly what the equipment is doing.
When did you say your company was formed?
2012 was when Terex Washing Systems was born, but it was by joining two other sister companies, Terex Finlay and Terex Washing, Terex Finlay and Power Screen Washing, to create Terex Washing Systems.
I'm just imagining what it was like all those years ago. When you first started up, the technology changes would be mind-boggling.
Well, certainly the first type of washing equipment would be a lot different from what it is today. Indeed, I suppose the likes of hydrocyclone technology, we would have introduced it in the early 2000s. Previous to that, it would have been the likes of bucket wheel dewatering systems, etc. So definitely a little bit more basic.
Quite amazing, really. TSAB is in the aggregate crushing area, the specialists in that area. Julian Fagan, can you give us an insight into TSAB, and can you also help us with this, how it's impacting the business
I'll
model?
certainly do my best, Gavin, and thank you for the opportunity, and good afternoon to everyone in our audience. TSAB, it's a relatively small Northern Irish company compared to maybe some of the others that are here today, but TSAB has probably been one of those companies that has, we can probably again say, punched above its weight for, 30 plus years now. But the company, it was privately owned. It had probably more flexibility actually than what it has now, which I'll get to. But so, the route to market for TSAB generally was they didn't work through a distribution network. It was a case of they had, a number of sales guys on the ground, and those guys, went out to, various locations globally. They had their customer base and they sold directly to their customer base. But about a year and a half ago, TSAB was bought over by the Metso Corporation. And with the advent of that buyover, the route to market now for TSAB is through a distribution network, which historically is how, most of these companies tend to work. So my job really is to try and build that distribution network and let's say take TSAB to the next level, wherever that may be.
Okay, fine.
Getting to your question, how have these technology advances affected TSAB? Probably in a good way. Like most of the other similar companies within the industry. And actually, most of those, as we have alluded to earlier, are actually from Northern Ireland. But, we've had to look at, electrification, which has been, the buzzword now for probably, maybe the best part of 10 years. Electrification, hybrid technology, that's something we too are looking at, we're involved in. We have brought units to the market, with this hybrid technology. of course, with that hybrid technology, it brings an additional cost, and the type of industry that we work in, you know, it tends to be quite almost raw and rudimentary, where customers prefer to sort of stick to what they know, which tends to be diesel hydraulic. So in effect, there's a re-education process there that probably most of us have to go through to try and get the advantages of hybrid technology and electrification. We have to try and get that across, albeit with the additional cost, you know, to try and prove that, you know, this is the way that we need to be moving. If we are to do what we say we are to do from an environmental perspective as we move forward. So yes, we are like our competitors. We're moving into that realm where we have to consider more specifically electrification and to some degree digitization to really keep at the forefront of the industry.
True. Robert Friedland of Ivanhoe spoke this morning, and he often speaks, and he talks about the electrification of everything. And so in that sense, it's where you're really looking at now. I'll ask a general question here on the electrification issue, because you all face it. How do you deal with this electrification issue? And you did touch on hydrogen-based, but how do you deal with that when you're providing equipment to remote mining sites? Anyone want to touch on that?
Yeah, I can elaborate on that. Yeah, well, what we do is, you know, we talk about electrification, but really what we're talking about is more so it's a hybrid type of electrification, where equipment is generally supplied with a diesel engine, but that diesel engine is in effect driving a generator set. So effectively the machine is working with a diesel engine and the electric generator set. So therefore the machine is capable, obviously with the supply of diesel fuel, to work in remote areas. But as that machine, being mobile, can move around, it can actually then, you know, whenever there is, let's say, an electrification source, if you want to call it that, available, the machine can actually be plugged into that source and run on electric alone, negating the need for the diesel engine. So you've got options there, and options that we do find that customers tend to want to be able to use.
Okay. We've got 5 companies here, and one of the questions that came to mind for me, and this is a question without notice, okay? So I'd invite one of you to have a look at it. It's materials handling, Northern Ireland. You seem to be damn good at it. What's in the DNA? You're looking at companies that have up to 60 years of expertise, 30 years of expertise in this area, and essentially it's in materials handling. What's in the DNA of Northern Ireland that makes it so good at this in this sector? Does anyone care to?
I think it was actually one of our colleagues within Terex Finlay. You know, they were kind of the pioneer from a mobile side of things in screening equipment, and I think naturally when there's expertise there, the competition then, you know, kind of streams out from that, and hence back to Salim's point of, you know, 60% globally is in that area, you know, and that's kind of how it is really grown from that. But it's probably a good thing because, you know, I think it's in the Irish blood, the competitiveness, and ultimately that drives the innovation and making the products better.
Anyone care to add anything, Fergal?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Gavin, and I had to refer to an uncle of mine who's been involved in the machinery for many, many years. He's in his 80s now, and I asked him precisely the same question as to why he believed it all started off in County Tyrone. And his explanation on it was due to many, many multiple sand pits along the large lake, Lough Neagh, and areas where they would be dredging the sand, which was particularly difficult to screen. Just the properties of the sand were very, very difficult to screen, and they wanted higher capacities on it. So this brought on the innovation of using mobile equipment, so it could be moved from one pit to another pit quite easily, and very high frequency style screening. So this is where he believes the innovation was born. And then, as Jamie mentioned, the competitive nature of ourselves, we kind of multiplied and multiplied.
True. Salim, you wanted to add?
Yeah, probably I think to your point, and a very important point, is shipbuilding excellence Northern Ireland is known for its shipbuilding capabilities and excellence. I don't want to mention the Titanic, but when I was in Northern Ireland and I went to the Titanic Museum, I mean, the Titanic was a marvel of an engineering work, definitely. That industry has enabled a lot of other adjacent industries, or actually have changed the engineering strength in Northern Ireland, and has taken that into agricultural machinery, material handling machinery, probably healthcare and life sciences as well. So we should really consider shipbuilding strength as one of the enabler factors into the strength of Northern Ireland in material handling.
Okay. I wanted to touch on the question that I did have a quick chat with you about, the export advantages and disadvantages that you see. But before I ask each of you or a few of you to look at export advantages and disadvantages, just remind me how many countries again that you're exporting to in that sense. So maybe Ruchan, how many countries?
We're exporting to around 100 countries. We have plants across
Around 100?
100, yeah.
Okay.
Predominantly working across all the regions.
Okay. Jamie?
Yeah, for us, Gavin, we currently have 54 dealers. Not necessarily across 54 countries, but we're still in that growth period. So, like I said, very well established. North America, Europe, Australasia, and the Middle East and South America will be the next steps for us.
Yadir?
Yeah, 35 countries spread all over the 5 continents.
Okay. Fergal?
At a stab, I would imagine that it's over 150 countries. If you
Wow.
consider the 60 years of heritage that we have, and I personally have done business in over 90 countries. So my predecessors, I'm sure, would have had a lot more.
It's amazing. And Julian?
Yeah, it's and again for TSAB, again a relatively small and a company with again a relatively short history, but again it's 35 plus countries that we would have exposure to.
It's amazing. And back to the central question there was, from your base there, the export advantages and sometimes the disadvantages. Does anyone care to touch on those export advantages? Ruchan?
Probably, yep. So I think a part of this export advantage is also, or the need to export, also built up the industry. The earlier question that you were asking about DNA, coming from a completely different world to Ireland, I see a lot of these equipments were designed to be mobile, designed to be modular, or rather designed to be exported. So first of all these companies which are sitting in some way, I believe, have designed these equipments to be exported. So that's the biggest advantage that was there. As a location and availability of not only skill set, what was there, that allowed us to export from there. Some of the friends in Northern Ireland, I asked this question, is there willingness to travel? I believe that has been always told to me as one key advantage for Northern Ireland companies to start exporting and start reaching different parts of the world. So I think, yes, these are set of advantages. A little remote to some of the places, but yes, all the cost and other parameters are helping us in exporting to all these markets.
Okay, anybody else wanted to touch upon that, the export advantages or disadvantages?
Well, I think there's a number of export advantages, as the guys have said, but you can look at it from, if you wanted to call it a disadvantage, is the fact that there's so many of us producing so much equipment of a similar stature in one small part of the world. That whenever we're speaking with potential distributors and people like that, and maybe there's competition. I've spoken to them in the past. I think it's very hard for a lot of these people to understand that there's so much similar equipment coming from such a small geographical area. So I think sometimes that can be perceived as being a disadvantage almost, but it's thankfully outweighed by the many advantages.
Okay, anybody else?
I would actually consider probably one of our most important parts of the export is the expertise that we have in the field. The years that we have behind us and the experience that we have from exporting to many countries kind of gives us the edge in regard to the ability to produce a process engineered solution to these areas and integrate everything from the feeders, crushers, washing equipment. So I think it's as much the equipment that we manufacture, but the expertise that we bring along with it, and the training that we give our people to go out to sell the equipment.
Yeah, I asked that question with something in the back of my mind, and not one of you touched upon it, which I saw as a strength in a place like Northern Ireland. That was the ability to communicate. It seems to be in the DNA there. Do you find you're dealing from Northern Ireland, you're dealing across somewhat upwards of 100 countries. That ability to communicate with cultures different to your own, that must be seen as an advantage somewhere.
I think, Gavin, from my opinion, it is a very special industry. People are very kind of down to earth, normal. It's very much a relationship building industry. I think naturally the Irish are quite good at that. And ultimately what people want is to feel supported and trusted. And I think that is kind of ingrained in our heritage, and I believe that comes across well.
Okay, I've got one more question, then I'll throw it to the floor for questions. But my last question here is, why are you here in the Kingdom? What opportunities do you see in Saudi Arabia? Go on, have a go.
So definitely, like Salim started this conversation about everything that is available. Today in the morning only we heard the minister talking about the potential of mineral going from 1.3 trillion to something like
2.5 billion.
Trillion dollars.
Trillion.
Yes.
Trillion.
So that's in itself talks about the opportunity. What I also see, in some ways, Saudi Arabia is a little late mover into this, and they are getting the advantages. So adoption of the technology, which gives us a pretty good strength in terms of attracting clients over there. They want to adopt the best available technology for them. So that gives the direct access. They want to have something that is sustainable and working for them. Sustainability is again a key concern for every client, whether coming from waste recycling, whether coming from mining. So those are the key areas that fits just to our ethos of working, and that's why we see Saudi Arabia is a great opportunity. We have more than 120 plants only in Middle East, a good number of 20 plants, so there is a reference to it. So definitely it's one of the best growing markets for us, Middle East, and Saudi Arabia is at the heart of it.
Okay, Jamie, EvoQuip and the Kingdom.
Yeah, so I guess with regards to the mining industry here and EvoQuip, at a first glance, it wouldn't appear like a natural fit. Like I said, it's because our machines are compact, they're not necessarily targeted at that sector. But there has been challenges that have been identified, and with that comes opportunity. And for example, this year we launched a brand new shredder. A small 16-ton shredder that is very versatile, has the ability to process and volume reduction a lot of different types of material. Now, it's not a high output machine, but we've already received some queries from mine sites where they have a buildup of tires, for example, from other machinery, or a buildup of pallets. And this creates a problem because they need to dispose of this waste material. It needs to be transported. So from a volume reduction perspective, we now have a machine there that is very suited for them. And the fact that it's a lower output machine suits what they have to do. It's not always a high processing rate that is required. So for every challenge, there's an opportunity, and that's kind of where EvoQuip fits into the bigger picture.
Okay, Adia, the Kingdom?
Yeah, sure. We've been in the region for the last 2 years, and we've really seen probably from last year, talking to a lot of potential customers in the region, that there's a lot of project and a lot of demand, certainly for our products in the region and in the Kingdom. So while we've had some success stories in Oman and the UAE and other regions, We do see a huge demand for end product here in the region. With, like, you know, I know Salim mentioned earlier some of the sites we visited yesterday and the day before, and we can really see how in the next few years that's going to require a lot of remote condition monitoring and all machine condition monitoring that we provide for this market.
Okay, Virgil.
Yeah, well, Terex sees a considerable amount of opportunities in Saudi, like aside of the 5 giga projects that are going on, the amount of construction aggregates and wash sand that they are going to require. You know, also, as mentioned, mining being one of the pillars for growth. All of this is going to require a great deal of washed aggregates and washed sand. And also, what I would see is being very important in Saudi is the best use of water. Needless to say, water is a major scarcity, and in all washing projects you need vast volumes of water. So I would be considering a lot of the Terex washing systems, water treatment systems, been integrated in all of this, so we can recycle maybe up to 95% of the water to continue the sustainability of it.
Okay, Julian.
Yeah, I think if you look at you know, Saudi, you know, if any of us have taken that time to look into, you know, what the, you know, Saudi Arabia's 2030 vision is really all about, you know, it's elevated, let's say, the mining and quarrying sector, you know, to a much higher position as it has been previous. So obviously, you know, the country sees that, you know, elevating the industry is vitally important to allowing, you know, Saudi to achieve, I think it's, you know, net zero targets that, you know, they have in place for 2060. So the fact that they've actually done that and elevated our sector, you know, to a much higher level, you know, that's why we're here, because we know that there's so much importance now placed on the industry. You know, it's ultimately, it's crazy not to be here.
Okay, great. Looking back to the audience here, there any questions that anyone would like to raise? Come on, sir, we have one over here, so there's a microphone. Just let us know who's having a chat, and then we'll...
Okay, my name's Pat Bryan. I'm a vice president at Terex, so I know some of the attendees. But I'm trying to link the opening ceremony discussion around critical minerals and what the panel thinks might be the influence on equipment needs going forward. So is there going to be new technologies required to access at the right cost the minerals of the that are going to be so important in the future?
Great question, part of the question, but the other part of that question too is improving recoveries, which people will want better value out of processing their critical or strategic minerals. So anyone care to have a look at that question?
Probably, yeah. I'll touch on that in terms of, first I'll answer your question in terms of additional amount of recovery. Now, that's something that has come across to us not only in Saudi Arabia, but also in Africa and in other part of the mining countries. What we call as a mining waste specifically, so for example, we are talking about a particular project in gold, what was considered to be waste for last 10 years and have been stored. It could now be processed with the help of CDE systems to be going back into the same system that then allows them not to excavate, that then allows them a good 2 years of supply without even access to that query waste. So there is an additional technologies which have now been evolved for this waste recovery and more efficient recovery. In terms of the critical minerals, definitely the processing will be required. Do we need additional amount of technologies? There are complex technologies, there are minerals, and whenever we talk about these different critical minerals coming from that background into mineral processing, it has been innovating all this time. We would need that investment into process, especially in this part of the world. That's the whole idea of us being here in Saudi Arabia in terms of catering to that general idea of mineral processing and getting to those critical minerals. Yes, there is a requirement and there is a need which has been talking about, even apart from critical minerals, I'm talking about even the general minerals which not have been explored, like silica has been a really untapped market in Saudi Arabia, which is getting across a lot of traction. So processing is there. Processing is
it's funny in some respects, because I remember about 18 months ago talking with the government here, and they were discussing what is a critical mineral, and it came down to a pretty simple thing. It is something you don't have, you don't control in that sense. So would anyone else care to cover that tricky question of either critical minerals or improving recoveries? And then we'll see one more question, then we might wrap up.
I think quickly, maybe just to kind of elaborate a little bit on what Richard had said, but there's been, looking at some data, there's been, I think, 45 different types of minerals identified in the kingdom, and we were fortunate enough on Monday actually to be invited to a mining site. I think it was 2.5 hours from Riyadh, and again fortunate to be able to sit through part of the process of how this actually came about. So we were able to understand that the consultation process now for this particular site has almost completed, and they're in the process now of bringing in equipment. And what they're doing, the types of equipment they're bringing in is probably now the best that there is in the business. So at that stage, which they're at now, the technology, like we talked about, the automation, the digitization, to improve health and safety and whatever, that's all happening as we speak in the kingdom. So, it's something that, the kingdom is relatively new to, and it's as I said, it's happening.
Okay. Fine. Okay, look, I think we might leave it there and wrap up. Before we wrap up, I'd personally like to thank Nabil Khoury for the role that he's played in helping me better understand what you're doing and where you're trying to go in this space. So Nabil, thank you very much. It's been, as I said to you in a note, first class, and I appreciated it. To wrap up, Salim, would you please
Yes, I would
take
like to thank
minute or
our
so?
audience so much for joining us today. Thank you, Gavin. I would really encourage everyone to visit our pavilion at number C01.
C01, don't forget that.
Please, yes. We would like to take this discussion further in more details. We would like to explore collaboration opportunities with local Saudi companies, local Saudi end users. Definitely, the companies in Northern Ireland are very eager to engage in the Saudi economy, very eager to play a very positive role in the mining sector. Not only the mining sector, I mean, the mining sector is an enabler to many other sectors such as waste recycling, ports management, bulk material handling, and so on. Those 7 companies are actively already engaged in Saudi Arabia, so the installed base, the healthy installed base, is already in place. So thank you so much once again, and we look forward to seeing you at our pavilion. Thank you, Gavin.
Okay, well, thank you, Salim, and thank you, team from Northern Ireland. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for joining us here. I mean, please, gentlemen, if you want to just take a seat, you'll be very happy to learn much more about Kazakhstan, which is probably one of the most interesting rising jurisdictions with great potential. We have here a panel of very distinguished speakers. With me is Nariman Absametov, Chief Business Development Officer from Tauken Samruk. We also have next to him Dr. Kanak Kudai Bergen, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Grey Wolf. And finally, next to me, you have Andrew Southam, Chief Executive Officer of KAICC Mineral. Gentlemen, maybe just to get going, I might be asking you to introduce a little more yourself and the specific institution that you represent. Maybe if you want to take the first dip at it, Nariman, I'll be happy to listen to you.
Yes, so I'm representing here Tauken Samruk. It's a national mining company, so belongs to the Samruk Kazana. And we have several assets and the partners with the global giants such as Glencore, Rio, FMG, and others. So we have different assets in a different stage.
Perfect. Please, if you want to also present Grey Wolf Management, exactly what is your scope and your presence, that'd be very interesting.
Yeah, actually, Grey Wolf Management, it's a management company, industrial consultancy company from exploration until metallurgical processing. And the second part, we are junior mining company. We have our own exploration license, and we'd like to complete our pipeline and to develop and to participate in junior mining sector in Kazakhstan.
Perfect, thank you, Kenneth. Andrew, can you give us a little bit of details of KAICC Minerals? I think a lot of people know about the company, but it'd be interesting to hear from you.
So KAICC Minerals listed in the UK in 2005. He had at the time 65,000 staff. We had 18 mines across Kazakhstan, and we were a member of the FTSE 100 and FTSE 250 for over 15 years. We delisted actually in 2021. I joined the company in February 2006, so I've got a long history of working within KAICC Minerals and also with Kazakhstan. In 2014, we went through quite a major restructuring and we reduced our size down to around 13,000 staff in Kazakhstan. We also have operations in Kyrgyzstan, but principally in Kazakhstan. And we're a copper miner with byproducts of gold, silver, and zinc.
Very good, thank you very much. Kenneth, maybe if I can turn to you. I know you're actually active across Central Asia, not only Kazakhstan, even Afghanistan, if I'm not wrong, but we're going to focus on Kazakhstan here. Can you give us a little bit of details of the potential of Kazakhstan as a country in terms of its mineral wealth, what kind of commodities we're looking at, and some of level of of the business ecosystem that you can find in the country, please?
Yeah, actually nowadays mining sector in Kazakhstan we get second wind because last more than 35 years we didn't discover something big, something new. All of the based on mineral deposits were discovered in Soviet Union period. So, however, second thing, we have a huge potential in mineral resources sector because just 35% of our territory was explored, not deep, only I think no more than 200 meters deep. So, and we have good potential to develop this sector. And nowadays, our government has launched a new legislation, new infrastructure, and put a lot of efforts to develop junior mining sector and in exploration site, exploration stage to discover something attractive and feasible nowadays. And in that reason, we have launched a new legislation. We establish new infrastructure for this, attract investments, a lot of investments from abroad and the local investors. Searching, I think it's a huge market. It creates a huge market of junior mining companies.
Perfect, thank you much. building on this, maybe Nariman, can I ask you about the specific strength of Kazakhstan? What makes it an appealing jurisdiction compared to others, especially in terms, not only on incentive from government, because I come back to it, but specifically in terms of the wealth of the country and capacities that you have?
Yeah, so as you know that the Kazakhstan has a long mining history. It's more than 220 years. So first, Kazakhstani copper extraction company was listed even during the Russian Empire time, and it was Spasskaya company. So you can understand that this region is well known for copper for more than 150 years. And what kind of potential it gives? So as Kanat mentioned, there is a new legislation from 2017 that opened the mining companies and the country for the mining, that it mimics the Western Australia law. So, and it works according to the rules of first come, first serve, and it also brings the new investments. And as we can see during the last couple of years, giants are entering country. So Rio is there. So Glencore is already there. We saw that FMG is coming. The companies from Turkey, from China and other regions are seeking for the next elephant, as we say that somewhere there. And we can see that elephants are near. So one of the biggest gold mines in the world is 100 kilometers from border from Kazakhstan. It's located in Uzbekistan.
Yes.
And one of the biggest copper project is also next to Kazakhstan in Mongolia, Oyu Tolgoi. That's why we're thinking that next elephant should be somewhere here. So that's the perspective of the country.
To confirm the interest, I mean, we had a fireside chat with Kanat just before, and we had 3 Turkish gentlemen just jumping on Kanat to ask questions about the country. So there is growing interest from neighboring countries. Maybe Andrew, if I can turn to you, because I mean, it's interesting to get your point of view of what it is to operate specifically in Kazakhstan. I mean, if we look specifically at the environmental code, at the geological database, is it an easy jurisdiction to work in and to operate in?
The simple answer is yes. But I mean, even going back, these are recent changes, and I think my colleagues have described how the Kazakh government has continued to open up the market and try and attract international investment. But even prior to that, I mean, Kazakhstan's got a very, very long history of attracting high levels of foreign direct investment. It's averaged around $20 billion per year over the last 10 years. The largest sector, of course, is oil and gas, but mining has been a also very significant part. And Kaz Minerals, in terms of our track record, since 2015, we've invested over $6 billion in Kazakhstan. And we successfully built three large projects within that. And we took our production from 85 kilotons a year to around about 400 kilotons a year production today. So, we've found Kazakhstan extremely supportive, a perfect market for us to operate in, and that is before the changes that my colleagues have been speaking about. And for Kazakhstan, to have 3 large-scale projects delivered on time, on budget, and these are globally significant projects in respect of incremental copper supply during that period. That speaks very highly of the environment within Kazakhstan. These are all assets which were known about during the Soviet era, but because of the advances in technology, because also in terms of what the Soviets were looking for, we were able as a business to explore those further. These are assets which in the Soviet era wouldn't have been developed because the copper grades weren't there, but today's technology makes these viable projects to extract from. And like I said, I think we've got an unrivaled track record, not just in Kazakhstan, but globally, in respect of the delivery of that scale of projects over that time period, that growth on time, on budget.
Oh, very true. Kanat, I mean, we have with Andrew a very good example of a successful operating company, but I know you wanted to address specifically the junior mining ecosystem. Can you give us a little more of the idea of what are the different actors that operate in Kazakhstan, and maybe because of the similarities and the needs of Saudi Arabia to attract good quality junior miners, is there any synergies that you can actually outline in this?
Actually, junior mining company sector, I think it's quite new in Kazakhstan. It's some virgin. So nowadays, this market was launched, I think, just 5-6 years ago. Before all of these mining deposits were operated by big players or mid-sized players, as Andrew mentioned. And nowadays, a lot of junior mining companies, they obtain a license, more than 2,000 license, and a lot of exploration works in some very virgin territories. You know, nowadays technological solutions, they give more opportunity to discover and to explore some new territories, which even, for example, sedimentary rocks also. And in that case, I think this market and this environment of junior mining companies sector is very good nowadays, very quite friendly. Yes, if I said everything very, I think, very perfect, I think it should not be some honest, but our government puts a lot of effort to develop this sector. For example, to make availability of information, geological database. As Narima mentioned, we have a huge experience in mining sector, huge history. So we have a very big amount of geological historical database, but unfortunately part of them still on paper. But I think all of the efforts to make a digital system of get some information, I think our government makes all the best. And the second thing, it's technologies. Technologies nowadays quite available, because a lot of international companies come, some of from some foreign junior companies work in Kazakhstan nowadays. They obtain a license. And we have good qualified labor and engineers, very good school traditions in the mining sector. And one little bit strong and a little bit tough situation, it's availability of financing, source of financing. We don't have very good stock exchange system like in Canada or in Australia. We don't have any funds which work in exploration sector and junior mining sector. And we put all of the efforts to push this situation and to give to complete all of these indicators to develop this sector for mining junior companies. Because these junior mining companies, I think it's very good supporter and a very good source of big deposits for big players. Big players, for example, even gas minerals, for example, they don't need, for example, to spend the money for exploration works, just to support junior mining companies and to find out a good deposits or good estimating resource, and after that they can buy or share, and a lot of I think we have some ways and to develop and use it as a source of raw materials. Okay. I think it gives in long-term situation, it gives it should be very good market, very rapidly growth market.
No, very good. Nariman, if I could turn to you to continue on that conversation on governmental incentives, what's the perception from a gold exploration, point of view of the work that has been done by the Kazakh government to try to, make the local mining ecosystem attractive?
Yes, so Kazakhstan is known as the oil extraction country. Yeah, so we have the huge oil and gas sector, but now our government trying to diversify it, and of course the mining is the second most important industry in Kazakhstan.
Very much similar to Saudi Arabia, basically.
Yeah, very similar to Saudi Arabia, but the thing is that there is a couple of incentives. One of the biggest incentive is so-called investment contract. So if you bring more than 100 million investments to Kazakhstan, you can just sign investment contract with our government, in which it will be stable legislation and stable frames of work, I would like to say, for investor. That, as you know, every mining project has a very long lifetime, at least 7 years from exploration to extraction. Maybe it could be more even, and that's why the sustainable and predictable laws and legislation is very important for investors. So it's the first. The second, there is a huge work being done and still doing on availability of data. So it is a big challenge for Kazakhstan to make this data available for investors. I mean, during the Soviet time, there was about 30% of all the geological works of the Soviet Union was done in Kazakhstan. It's pretty huge amount of works. Now we need to work on it, classify it, and make it available for investors. So it is one of the key issues. And maybe the third thing I would like to say that I already mentioned about the new mining code. We are trying to make it more flexible and more attractive to investors. There is still challenges, as you know, that even all over the world, that worlds go into the left side of the political things, and they're trying to push more and more pressure on the miners. But for Kazakhstan, as the country that is mining friendly, and with the mining history than 150 years, so we are trying to keep it and to attracting all the things.
No, very good. If I can continue with you, Andrei, and then going back to the idea of operations, and obviously we know the strength of the oil and gas sector in Kazakhstan, the quality of the workers there, but what it is to actually operate a mine. I mean, you've seen it from 2006 to today, so you've got quite the experience there in terms of infrastructure, in terms of quality of the workforce. Can you give us and share a little bit of your expertise?
Sure. So KAICC Minerals was, for a number of years, the lowest cost copper miner globally, and since 2014 has always been in the first quartile and was lowest 25% cost copper companies globally. And the assets I talked about, the $6 billion of investment, these mines are not high-grade mines. They're relatively low grade. Life of mine, run-of-mine grade is about 0.3, which historically you never would have built. So how is it possible to be so low cost and yet have assets which don't have this sort of 1% plus type copper grade? And the answer is that Kazakhstan, we've touched on some of the points here, but what do you need to have a successful mining business? First of all, you need people. So Kazakhstan has got a long history of mining. We mentioned the schools there, so the labor force is there. Mm-hmm. You need to have access to water. We have that in Kazakhstan. You need to have access to power. Kazakhstan historically was the source of power, with a large part of the power within the Soviet Union, just by the Soviet Union planned power stations across a wide area, and it just happened that they were located within Kazakhstan. So it's got a very developed power grid. You also need access to market, another critical factor for success. Kazakhstan has got a land border with the world's largest consumer of commodities, China. It has got an excellent rail network in terms of delivering your product there. So when you put all of these ingredients together, these are the key success factors for a mining business. That's how KAICC Minerals has been able to operate in the way it has done, and I think this is the sort of foundation for successful for mining. And the government has, alongside that, been developing its own rules. We talked about the subsoil use code. It also became a member of CRISCO, so we're moving to JORC from the historic Soviet method of classification. They're now moving to JORC. So the whole range of different measures being taken, but fundamentally this is a mining country that's absolutely vast, has got minerals from kind of across the periodic table. It's been explored, so the data does exist, but it's been explored in a way which leaves huge opportunities there. And plus the advances in technology mean that we've grown from 85 to 400 kilotons, building assets which couldn't be built before. So the opportunities are there. So that's how, that's my answer to how we find it operating in Kazakhstan.
Perfect. And when we look at Kenneth, if I turn to you, and we look at those very, let's say, operational assets of Kazakhstan, there's one element that might be missing, and we touched upon, recently, and you actually mentioned it in your previous answer, the question of financing, being able to attract new financing and source of financing, especially for junior miners in Kazakhstan. You have in neighboring countries, as very large, Kumtor in Uzbekistan and copper mines in Mongolia. So the presence of minerals is quite obvious across the country. But how do we manage to attract those investments? What could be done to make it more appealing to investors to come to Kazakhstan and continue the development of this burgeoning, junior miner ecosystem?
Actually, we should have a good infrastructure. It's a main thing. As Andrew mentioned, we have launched new KAICC standards in Kazakhstan as a KAZRC. It's a copy-paste of the GORC, for example, our own standard. And the second thing, to make a very available all of the database and the digital database of geological information. Third thing, it's to make it quite easy to get a license, to obtain a license from a government side, and to make a good tax regime, and to make some protection of investments. This infrastructure is creating nowadays, is creating a lot of efforts put to this to solve this, all of this, some issues in this way. In strategic way, we know we would like to create this infrastructure, this environment, and for example, some of big players also participate in this to create this infrastructure. One, our local company, like a Polymetal. They become local, our local Kazakh company. Before it was a Russian company. And they, for example, they spent some financing for supported some junior mining companies. They make some, they give some financing for develop some projects. They make a lot of due diligence and support some projects. I think it's a good tradition to create this environment also. And in future, I think we can create this infrastructure and this environment for junior mining companies, because potential of huge territory of Kazakhstan it's a very vast, and I think to attract big players, it's not enough to develop this sector.
Maybe Nariman, to continue on this question of trying to attract financing. One of the largest evolution over the last couple of years was the integration of ESG variables and kind of more scrutiny on the sustainability of different operations. Maybe from the perspective of a junior miner, of exploration company, how do you include sustainability standards into your day-to-day activity? And is that something that actually makes a difference when you actually try to raise capital for your company?
So we know that as a part of the global mining sector, so ESG questions is very, very important for us. It's not the case of only financing, it's just the whole thing that we would like to be the mining sector sustainable, and we paying a lot of attention on the environment. So in Kazakhstan, there was implemented the new environmental code, and we are trying to reduce the carbon so to be the carbon zero by 2060 as everyone. So the second thing is very important, and I think that all mining companies are doing there. It's development of local communities, and I think that KAICC is also a very good example of that. How we are trying to do so. And the last, of course, the governments. We are trying to improve all these standards and to make these standards very close to the best practices in the world. And of course, these kind of things helps Kazakhstani company to raise the funds. The second things I would like to mention that it's Kazakhstan, on the political side, we have a very good relationship with the key players, so with China and the US and other things, and it's also helped us to raise the funds. I will give example from our side. So for example, company of Tauken Samruk. So we raised the funds from EBRD. So we are financing one of our biggest extraction projects for zinc and lead, and we have the credit line for 350 million USD from EBRD. So there is a diversified way to raise the funds. Of course, nowadays it's becoming harder and harder, but with the supports of different institutions for development and having such a high standards of ESG, and that which help us to raise the funds, I think it will go further. The last thing I would like to mention that there is also International Financial Center of Astana that been launched on 2017 that helps companies to raise the funds, and it operates according to the UK common law. The standards is there, and of course it helps the junior miners as well to raise the funds. I think one of the examples is Alex. He's sitting here, that he registered his junior mining company in IFC, and it's operating for 3 years. This is a good example that it's working.
Perfect. Maybe to continue on that question on sustainability and ESG, I mean, as a producing company, you have a series of existing protocol that have been, gaining, precedence and importance in the mining sector. Pierre Graton from TSM was here last year to talk about, some of those sustainability protocol. Can you tell us at KAZ Minerals, which one you actually are trying to apply? What is the different protocols that you have in place, and how is that important or not for your operations?
So there are obviously a wide number of different sustainability sort of indexes or protocols out there, and to be honest, we actually look across several of them, and be it sort of specific standards around sort of TSF, tailings facilities, or indeed sort of CO2, etc. So we're applying various ones, and we are assessed through different indices from different bodies. So we're forced to look across a number of different indices in terms of how we measure ourselves and how we perform. We're as an established company with the resources, the international expertise to work on this wide variety of issues. I think that in terms of sort of also access to finance, that puts us in a somewhat different position to, say, some of the local companies that haven't had that sort of international expertise and that kind of sort of longer term program to make sure that you are delivering on sustainability across a whole number of areas which you are assessed for under the financing. I think one of the challenges that I would sort of highlight is, whilst we as a business can look at our own business as a part of the supply chain, we as a mining company have we want to maximize the economic opportunity for local companies too, and they don't necessarily have the same developed internal structures to deliver those same levels of sustainability or responsible supply. And so I'd say in Kazakhstan, we've got a very important role to play as the larger mining companies in terms of helping those local companies develop to be able to meet the standards that we apply, which are themselves international standards. But that's one of the sort of challenges in working in that jurisdiction. But it's a great opportunity, and it's a great opportunity for the country, and it's also an opportunity for mining to demonstrate how it's actually sort of giving back, not just through the economic opportunity, but also through the wider development of the local supply chain.
Okay. Canada, I mean, I was joking a little bit of the similarities between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan, but more seriously, I mean, I know you are interested in growing the ties between the two sub-regions. How could Saudi Arabia play a role in the development of Kazakh's mining sector, and how can Kazakh mining companies or exploration companies be a part of the Saudi mining revolution?
Yes, Saudi Arabia mining sector, it's also something new for Saudi Arabia. And in that case, I think we have very good experience, very good knowledge, very good historical our database to work in that case, and we have a good technical solutions, unique solutions. So we can bring to Saudi Arabia market, for example, it's a knowledge, it's some standards, technological solutions, etc., etc. I think it's a very similar situation because unfortunately, last 40 years, we little bit become as a oil and gas country, and the last 5 years we have launched a new. We received second wind of the mining sector, and in that case we have this experience and we have this situation. And very similar situation, very huge territory, low population, and some rich, high potential fields. I think in that case we can share all of these opportunities together. Because some challenges about the critical minerals, future minerals for building of green energy system, for building ESG-based standards. I think all of these things we can share these opportunities and these efforts together between the two countries. Very good points of start to develop this to both markets. And we very similar not only in mining sector, it's in culture, traditional, and the mentality. I think for us very easy to do business in Saudi Arabia, and for Saudi Arabian people in Kazakhstan also, I think. Perfect. So in that case, it gives good opportunity.
Maybe as a follow-up, Nariman, a similar question to you. I mean, you've witnessed the development here of the mining sector. I mean, would Tamuk look at something very, very similar and invest here or be part of the exploration objective? I mean, there's gold exploration that you're conducting in Kazakhstan. There's strong gold potential here in Saudi Arabia. Is that something that you see of interest of similar mining companies such as yours that would be interested in taking a role here?
Yeah, so about the Kazakhstani companies, so there is a lot of similarity between Kazakhstan and Saudi. So oil extraction companies trying to switch into the mining, as I mentioned above. But when you're saying that if there any potential, it is already here. So Kazakhstani companies, they already entered Saudi. So first of all, it was ERG. I know that a couple of others, they are planning to do so. So and I think more and more companies will come here, and it could be a good synergy. You know that when we are saying that Kazakhstani company could come with this experience, how to operate with the people, and so on and so on. At the same time, we as a Kazakhstan, we need some investments, especially in mine sector as well. So, and we see that our Saudi partners could bring also some investors in Kazakhstan. It could be some win-win situation for both parties when we trying to diversify our economies and trying to find the places in the global mining sector. So I hope that it will be fruitful for everyone. And I think, Remy, you have to ask Kazmin. So Andrew here is for second year in a row, and maybe he has some thoughts on that, and what is the plans of Kazmin for diversifying the assets globally?
I was going there just afterwards, but I just wanted to know what Tauken Samruk was about to do first, but I'm happy to turn to
for Tauken Samruk, so we are in negotiations, so we are trying to find these matching points, so with our Saudi colleagues, and we see this potential, we see these opportunities, and I hope that during the next couple of years that there will be some operations of Saudis in Kazakhstan, as same as TKS will be presented here in Saudi.
Okay. Andrea, I was about to ask you about the geopolitical evolution of the region, so maybe the question on KAICC Minerals might be as an easier question, but please can you let us about KAICC Minerals first and then...
KAICC has got a very strong track record, as I said, in developing and building projects and operating them. And so, you know, if the right opportunities arose here, absolutely. This is we've talked about some of the similarities between the two countries, the close political ties. So why wouldn't we want to come here if the right opportunity arose? We've got absolutely the right skills to successfully execute and deliver projects. Yeah,
that'd be interesting. Maybe to finish up, maybe some of your comments on the evolution that we've seen in Kazakhstan. I mean, obviously, you know, the region has been marked by, you know, the conflict that you can have between Russia and Ukraine, and the evolution of the Russian influence on the region. We've seen Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan starting to become a little more, you know, independent, developing more of their personal, you know, individual relationship. The French companies, for example, Orano is very much present in Kazakhstan. We see a lot of different head of states visiting Astana over the last few months. What is your take on this evolution, and what does that mean for the mining sector in Kazakhstan? Maybe starting with you, Kanat, but you will not, you know, escape the question, the three of you. So, Kanat, please.
Yeah, I think after this geopolitical situation in our region or neighbor region, I think it gives more opportunity for our whole Central Asia countries, because a lot of focus from abroad, from West Europe, from South America, GCC and China, even Japan, all of these companies and all of these countries, they consider Central Asia as a source of critical minerals.
Absolutely.
And they look for good projects and to try to find out good partners. Even some companies, for example, West Europe, they already come to Kazakhstan and start exploration works for rare earth metals projects. So I think it's some Central Asia becomes very attractive for international players as a source of critical minerals, where they can provide their future and to relate it with Kazakhstan.
Nariman, maybe I think you were the one mentioning relationship with EBRD and other actors. You know, what does the current evolution in terms of geopolitical, you know, tenets lead to, you know, for Kazakhstan to play a bigger role in terms of global gold trade specifically, or create new partnership with other, you know, regional blocs?
So we are trying to be positive. So every crisis gives some opportunities, and of course there was and there is still lots of challenges. So because of this crisis, so you know the supply chain fails, and it was pretty hard for Kazakhstani companies as well. But at the same time, when we say that the fail of supply chain, we can see that there is a huge demand for Kazakhstani raw materials and the critical materials especially. So as we were close to China, but we would like to diversify our not only products but also these countries that we are exporting, and that's why it's for us it's also very crucial. If we will say for uranium industry, you'll see that the uranium industry is booming, so price for uranium it triples during the last 12 months, and of course it gives another opportunities for the country as well, as Kazakhstan is the biggest uranium producer in the world with the 40% of all extraction, so it's also give us some opportunities. But not only for that, for other critical materials. So maybe there was a switch of attention of investors from Russia and the Ukrainian region. That Ukraine is also a big mining country to the Kazakhstan, and we are trying to be this sustainable and predictable long-term partner for as a supplier for supply. So this is how we are thinking, and that's how our country is trying to benefit from all this situation and try to find some good points in that.
Very good. Andrew, maybe to close this, a similar question to you. Do you see new opportunities taking into account the current geopolitical evolution?
I mean, the reason that all these the reason that so many heads of state come to Kazakhstan is the simple recognition that this is where the world's future mineral supplies are going to come from. It's countries like Kazakhstan that have this wealth of resources that hasn't been fully exploited. There's a very significant potential there. That's why this country matters so much to the future mineral supply. And that has moved up the political agenda enormously as people come to terms to actually recognise this. Kazakhstan entered into an agreement with the EU on a critical resource strategy, I think, last year. And I don't think this is going to change. And it's not just heads of states. We're seeing the same thing with all the major mining companies. You're not seeing new assets coming through in previously the sort of tier 1 jurisdictions. All right, the assets that are still there that are undeveloped for a reason. There's some kind of key environmental issue or some other key challenges around their development. So inevitably, as the world faces up to its this need for resources, people are looking to countries like Kazakhstan, which has the resource, which has all the attractions that we talked about during the presentation today. And if anyone is interested in following up from this, KazInvest is part of the Kazakh government. It forms part of their open to overseas investments to help guide investors through the process of exploring and entering Kazakhstan. I don't think they're at the conference this year, but they're certainly very available to discussions for that. But no, Kazakhstan is an established, successful mining jurisdiction with enormous potential.
Oh, very good. I think we're up to the end of the time allotted for this panel. We had much to talk about on this, and so unfortunately we don't have time for questions. But trust me, I've had the chance to interact with those three fine gentlemen, and they're very amenable to any kinds of questions. But please join me in thanking them, and feel free to reach out to them just after the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm back. Gavin Collar is my name, the founder of the Melbourne Mining Club. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day, and we have as our final country spotlight today, Ghana. Now, this is a very exciting story, and in some ways, you're looking at one of the best that's been saved to now, because I think you'll find over the next 30 minutes an extraordinary story. And I'd like to open the batting now on this session and introduce our guest today. It's Martin KAICC, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission of Ghana. Now, the Commission is the regulatory body for the mining sector in Ghana. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in welcoming Martin. Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. Have a seat, and I think we'll have a chat. There we are. Now, Martin, Ghana, can we start by asking you to give us an overview of the mining sector and its involvement in the nation?
Thank you very much. Ghana, yes. A very stable country. We say we are in the middle of Africa, on the same GMT with London. First country to gain independence in sub-Saharan Africa from UK. We have a very fantastic and strong history of mining. To start with, large-scale mining, particularly for gold, started in 1897. So that's over 100 years now with the famous Obuasi mine, which is still running. So we've been mining for over a century. Key minerals, gold, bauxite, manganese, and now we have found two critical minerals, lithium and graphite. That is it. We have a very vibrant mine support service sector, which practically services all the sub-region in West Africa. So you have explosives companies operating in Ghana, supplying companies as far as DRC, supplying Burkina Faso, etc. Skill set, maybe outside South Africa, we have perhaps one of the most, efficient and talented skill sets as far as mining is concerned. There are Ghanaians all over Australia. We're in Canada. We are in Brazil. We are in US. Practically every mining country in Africa has some Ghanaian expertise or talent all over the place. It's all because of our history. Safe country, very democratic. We've been running constitutional rule. This year we are going for another election, as usual. So practically that is Ghana.
Okay. So there's a strong history.
Very strong history.
Strong culture in mining?
Yes, we have a strong history and culture of mining. And then let me also add that some of the big players you can think of in the world are there. Before that, we are the biggest producer of gold in Africa and number 6 in the world. The biggest producer of gold in the world, Newmont, which just picked up Newcrest, is a heavy player in the Ghanaian space. They have 2 huge mines. Last year, they were just short of 6,000 ounces in doing 1 million ounces. Currently, as we speak, they are building a 3rd mine. So in a year or two, Newmont alone will be churning out about 1.45 million ounces of gold. That's number 1. Gold Hills is there. That's number 6. AngloGold Ashanti has 2 mines. They are there. And then the Chinese have also become a major player now. So Shandong, which is the biggest producer of gold in China, has just picked up a huge mine. So Ghana's big major gold project that will be commissioned in the last quarter of this year is being built by Shandong. Unfortunately, the Australians sold it. But permit me to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about Australia's investment in Ghana. So Australia is quite heavy in Ghana now. Our major lithium project, hopefully which construction will start this year, is an Australian listed company, Atlantic Lithium. They're also listed on the AIM. KAICC Minerals, which has found graphite and doing aggressive exploration, is also Australian. And Cardinal, which was sold to the Chinese, was originally an Australian company. They still have their headquarters there, though. And of course, there is also another big project coming up. I'm sure construction will start in the first quarter of this year, Australian company. You've heard of Azuma Resources, located in Perth. So Australia is quite heavy in Ghana. Until recently, it's always been the Canadians, the Americans, and then South Africans. But Australia has quite made inroads and practically almost understanding the space better than Canada that has been there for ages.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask you one question there? You talked about really what your partnerships by country and by company. Can we broaden that out a little bit and ask what is the current relationship and the hoped-for relationship with Saudi Arabia, with the kingdom?
Yes, the kingdom, we have a diplomatic relationship. I think our embassy here was established as far back as 1960. Now we are beginning to see a lot of gold being exported. Most of our gold comes to the Middle East, UAE, but we are beginning to see a lot of interest from Saudi Arabia. We are also beginning to see a lot of investment from Saudi Arabia, initially in the hospitality and co, but they are showing a lot of interest in mining now. So the relationship is growing very well.
Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned that two of the strategic or critical minerals that you have on the books at the moment are lithium and graphite. Can you perhaps tell us or give us a little bit more insight into critical minerals in Ghana?
So as far as the critical minerals are concerned, yes, lithium, which, as I said, the first big large-scale mine for lithium will be constructed. They're just about going through the environmental permitting process. So hopefully, maybe in the middle of this year or last quarter, if the permitting process don't delay, we'll have our first lithium mine. That will do about 360,000 tons of concentrate a year. Graphite, you mentioned. Then you also have manganese. We started mining manganese in 1916. Originally, or as it is the case, it's being exported raw to China, but the Chinese are going to start a refinery this year, so they put in place to start building a chemical plant to refine manganese or to produce a lot of alloys and also upgrade it that will be used for critical minerals. So these three are looking very good for us. We also have aluminium, and we are set to develop the refinery sector. But we currently mine bauxite. It's being produced in a raw form, so that's also very helpful. There is some iron, but most importantly, there are occurrences of cobalt that require further works. I mean, we will need to really develop that. So we're trying to put in a regime where we can also map our resources or invite people or companies to come in from all over the world and then pick up exploration licenses. Okay. So to repeat, manganese, we have graphite, we have lithium. Yes, aluminum is there because we produce bauxite, and then we are looking at developing also cobalt.
Where do you stand on two others, copper and nickel?
We don't have copper like DRC or Zambia, but then our geology points to some occurrences. I cannot even talk of a resource yet. So that is an area we will need to let companies come in and explore, or perhaps let the Ghana Geological Survey do some more work, but not as the kind of thing you talk about in this DRC or Zambia, or even South Africa, because they also produce copper. Nickel, yes, our Geological Survey report shows that there are occurrences all over the country. But as I sit here as a regulator, nobody has picked up a license yet to even do a reconnaissance or prospect for nickel or for copper. But then our geology points to occurrences. So that's an area we want to push up. It has been the same for lithium until recently. Then Australians came in and found this wonderful project.
Okay. You're in an area of strong mineral performance. So two parts to this question. The first is, can you give us an insight into the regulatory process? And the second part of that is an insight into your regional competitiveness.
In terms of the regulatory process, as you mentioned, the Minerals Commission is a regulatory body in Ghana. We don't do it through a ministry. So we are a creature of the Constitution. It's set up, we have a board, I'm the Chief Executive Officer, and we have all kinds of skills. We are fully online, so you can even apply for a mineral right from this room. There's a lot of information online now. We no longer accept hard copies or paper-based application. So that is how far we've improved the regulatory process. So applications are lodged. You do a search to see whether the place is available or not. And then, depending on how fast you're able to provide your supporting documents, within 6 months, you should be able to get your license, particularly for prospecting or reconnaissance. The turnaround time has reduced strongly. We've cut the delays a lot. So anything between 3 to 6 months, you should be able to get your prospecting license. That is that. So what we do is that once we do everything at the Minerals Commission, send a recommendation to the minister. Once it is signed, then you now go to the Environmental Protection Agency to begin your environmental permitting process. For prospecting license, the process is not that rigorous. Environmental-wise, for mining, it takes more time because you have to do public hearing, provide more detailed EIS and co. So that is that in terms of the permitting process. You can submit your report and your filings, everything online, and we operate 24 hours. So you can even submit an application or make inquiries over the weekends. We'll respond to you. So as I sit here, or prior to me coming to the States, I was even answering some questions from investors all over Ghana. Regional competitiveness, as I said, we have 3 things going for us. One, we are democracy. Regionally, we are the safest country in the region. And when it comes to democracy, I think I don't have to speak to the convicted. You know about Ghana's pedigree. Very stable, so that is what keeps going up for us. Governance. We are top there. That's number 1. 2, we have over 100 history of mining. The history is there. So that is also something that is going up for us. I mean, our regional players started barely a decade or 2. Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, and co. So there's a strong history. Then, in terms of skills, we are a powerhouse. In fact, Ghana is a major exporter of mining skills in the world. Let me underscore this. Practically every mining country in Africa has some Ghanaian expertise working there. Any mining company that comes to Africa, even from Australia, in any country in Africa, the first place to go raid for skills is Ghana. Western Australia, there are a lot of Ghanaians there. So the skills are there. Then we are stable, we are safe, we have a long history. And also, because of our history, more or less we have become the regional hub for many countries to, service the other African countries. As I said, the explosives industry in Ghana is of $100 million. So a lot of companies have set up, like Mazam. So they supply Burkina Faso, they supply Liberia, Guinea, Ivory Coast, all the way from Ghana. There are Ghanaian companies involved, contract mining, they are servicing the sub-region. So these are some of the things that go on for us. If you look at the top 4 countries that dominate exploration spend in Africa, you can't take out Ghana. It's Ghana, Mali, Ivory Coast, and then I think South Africa. So even exploration-wise, we are doing better than South Africa. So a combination of skills, history, stability, democratic country, very safe country. These are some of the things that put it at par as far as our peers are concerned.
Okay. You mentioned governance, and inside that you spoke about democracy and even stability. Other areas of governance, perhaps you could give us an understanding of that, like sovereign risk. How would you see the sovereign risk?
Of course, if you are talking about sovereign risk, you cannot ignore political risk. So our sheer stability alone give us, let's look around the sub-region. You saw the recent upheavals in Niger. You've seen it in Burkina Faso, Guinea. Guinea sits on some of the world-class deposits of bauxite and the so-called famous Simandou project, which we are told this year will kick off. That's about a $27 billion project. So you look at Guinea, you look at Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast that came up through war recently. You also look at Mali and co. You can't look further than coming to Ghana. So sovereign risk-wise, we rate far lower, than the other countries I've mentioned, even the entire African country, even compared to Congo, that is more endowed than us. So that is number one. And then also, we respect contracts. If for whatever reason you disagree or the government has taken any action and you don't feel okay with it, our laws make provision for international arbitration. So that is it.
And that's why you've got companies like Newmont, Anglo Gold Ashanti, that
Newmont,
type of thing. Big
Gold
names.
Ashanti, Gold Fields,
Yep.
and co. And if I can give you some insight of how big the sector is progressing in the next 2 years. So as we speak, 4 big projects are coming up. The lithium one, which if the permitting process goes very well for the environmental part, you could see construction in the last quarter of this year. Cardinal, which I said the Australians sold to the Chinese Shandong, will be commissioned. There will be a first gold pour in the last quarter of this year, hopefully just before the elections, so somewhere in October, November. That's about 350,000 ounces of gold. Azuma will start construction the first quarter of this year. They have all the approvals in place. They have the license, they have the environmental permit, the lease has been ratified by Ghana's parliament. So that's 150,000 ounces. So if you add that to Cardinal, that is 500. Then you're also talking about lithium, that's a separate project. Now, outside these new green fields, there are other companies that are doing expansion or redevelopment. So Obuasi is doing redevelopment. Wasa, which is a Chinese mine, also sinking a 1 billion, it's a 1 billion investment that will take their production to 350,000 ounces. Another Australian company called Pesos, they will have come to their life in the next 2-3 years, but they are doing expansion now, so that will give it another 5 to 10 years. Also another Australian company. And also, you can mention Ashanti Gold, which is developing the underground and then the surface mine. So there are 3 key things happening. Those that are redeveloping, that will increase production. Those that are expanding, and then these big 4 that are also coming up. So 2025, 2026, many of them will ramp up, and that will be an exciting year for the mining industry in Ghana, particularly 2025, 2026, because many of them are in the construction phase. And we might see Ghana being perhaps number 4 or number 5 in the world for good.
Okay. 2 or 3 times you touched on skills so far. How does the cost of labour look in Ghana?
Far cheaper. It's even easier for Australian companies to bring Ghanaian expertise in Australia than even hire an Australian or a South African. So, for instance, you take a gold mine like Iduaprim. Iduaprim is one of the 2 mines owned by Anglo Gold Ashanti in Ghana. The 734 workers are all Ghanaians. The current MD who joined, I think about 2-3 years ago, was hired from Australia. He's Ghanaian. He spent all his life working with Barrick, Resolute and co. So it is far cheaper. So we always tell the Australians and then the Canadians, go out there and hire the Ghanaians rather than bring your own expatriates. So cost of labor is cheap, far cheaper. Exploration-wise, we're doing well. If you look at the all-in sustaining cost of many of our gold mines, it's anything between 800 and 1,500. So at the current price of gold, which is more than 2,000, a lot of them are making profits.
Okay.
Mines that may close down in South Africa, or that may be referred to as marginal mines in South Africa, in Ghana, they are very profitable. So the cost of labor is far cheaper, comparable to South Africa or even Australia.
Okay. I wanted to touch on one word, 3 subtopics. Energy. Energy availability, energy cost, and energy transition. Could you touch on those, please?
Currently, we have overcapacity. We produce too much. We went into an energy crisis some 4 or 5 years back, so there was this rush by the government of Ghana to develop and provide capacity. So the power is available. For instance, the Azuma resources, there's a 400 megawatts hydro nearby, which they are going to rely on to build that mine this. As I said, the construction is starting this quarter. So energy, we don't have a problem for now. We want to add more, especially when we are getting to the refining space for bauxite and coal. Energy transition, yes, it is something we take very seriously. That's why our new green policy is looking at not just digging up the lithium or graphite, but to see how we can add value to it. That is it. We now have the Nissans and other big players that manufacture cars even setting up in Ghana. So we're thinking big, looking at how we could even produce battery packs and then also build refineries to all these minerals that we've discovered in Ghana.
Okay. So availability is good, cost is there. How does Ghana look at the process of energy transition, renewables? Is it in the mix?
Yes. For instance, we have hydro.
Yep.
We have thermal. I think by far that's the biggest now. We have a lot of hydro. There are plans to develop nuclear. The studies have been done. The next thing is to look at financing, etc. We're also looking at renewables. So the energy mix is quite significant. And then we're also trying to develop our solar capabilities. Yes. So there's thermal, there is hydro, and then in the maybe long term we'll maybe add nuclear.
I might have missed it, but when you spoke at the beginning of the overview of the mining sector, I didn't understand or too much about the contribution to the national economy. Is the mining sector a big contributor to the national economy?
If you permit me to use the word, it is our lifeblood. No less than 40% of our exports every year comes from mining. So that speaks volumes, how important it is. If you look at the data from Bank of Ghana, as at August last year, gold alone provided 43% of our total receipts. Not even cocoa or oil can even
Just for gold?
Just for gold. Just for gold. Just for gold. If things go on very well with the state of play I gave in my introduction, we should be doing close to about 5 million ounces maybe in the next 2 to 3 years. So mining is so significant, so significant to our economy.
Okay. Areas for growth and improvement.
Areas for growth and improvement, we will need to push more by diversifying our mineral resource base. Traditionally, we have relied on gold, we rely on bauxite and manganese. But now we are focusing on critical minerals. As I said, we have a huge potential. Lithium, graphite, that's number one. 2, we also have potential in value addition. Yes, that's also another significant area for growth we are looking at. I've just told you we've been mining manganese since 1916. Thankfully, we will develop a refinery this year. It will take about roughly 2 years to complete. That will improve the grade of manganese alloy. We'll make more money from it and also provide a basis as using manganese as one of the critical minerals. So areas for growth, diversification, value addition. Another critical area is to go and look at the other minerals that we have, which we are yet to develop. And then, as I said, typically over the years, the industry in Ghana has been dominated by Canadians. But the Australians have come in big time. I think the Australians now even understand Africa better than the Canadians. And you find them even in difficult environments like Eritrea and even areas where traditionally you mention, people say, no, I'm not going to go there. That's how far we've come with the Australians. So they are quite heavy in exploration. And as I said, 2 mines will be developed this year by Australians. Azuma Resources and also Atlantic Lithium. There's already Pesos. It's unfortunate you sold Cardinal, that huge gold project, to the Chinese. Other than that, within the next 2-3 years, it will have been Australia, Australia, Australia.
How do you see support services in Ghana? I mean Ghana-driven support services, the METs. Is it a strength? You said 40% of export income is derived from the industry, but I think the METs would also be an add-on to that if there's a strength there?
I would dare say that outside South Africa, I don't think there's any country in Africa that has a well-developed mine support services sector outside South Africa. In any case, in the case of Ghana, it's very well regulated. It's regulated by the Minerals Commission. And let me give you a few statistics. For instance, when it comes to mining, you either do it yourself or you give it out on contract. So the data I have at Minerals Commission shows that just 2 years ago, contract mining alone is about $1 billion. About $100 million was spent on explosives. And you have a lot of companies, Orica, Solar Nitro, even Ghanaians get into that space. So there's a lot of potential there. And then the various inputs that are used by mining companies. You go to our sisters and brothers in the sub-region, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Mali, and Co. These things are not well developed. So we have become a major hub from which companies have come to set up in Ghana, and then they are servicing the other countries. So it's going well for us. There are over 350 companies providing all kinds of services to the mining sector. Drilling services, supply and manufacture of explosives, contract mining, all these things are taking place now, and they are running to billions of dollars.
That tends to come with nations that have a history of over 100 years in mining, doesn't it?
Yes.
That side of it. One last question from me, and I'll throw it open for one or two questions from the floor. The future, and in particular, I'm thinking the value chain.
Yes, the future, when it comes to the value chain, is in two critical areas. We want to do more processing locally. And I've just spoken about the steps that have been taken now to get manganese refined. So that is a huge plus for us. We've not done that for all this century, and it cannot be business as usual, because then we don't get benefits for our minerals. So the value chain thing is what we want to develop, particularly for lithium. If you look at the agreement we've signed with Atlantic Lithium, which is publicly available on our website, in the measures that have been put in there to ensure that we add value. You not just take out the spodumene and then ship the concentrate, but some refining is taking place. So the company, for example, has up to February to come up with a proposal as to how to refine the concentrate either into carbonate or hydroxide. That is number one. I've just mentioned bauxite. So bauxite, we have 4 approaches. One, the mining bit, which we've been doing since 1940. Fortunately, we have a smelter, but it needs to be upgraded. So we're trying to attract major players to come and look at the smelter. And then we're also looking at refinery and also other downstream activities. And it doesn't need to be one company that will have to do all. So you can come in through the power bit. You can come in if you want to set up a smelter. You can come in if you want to do refinery. So government will help arrange all those stuff so that you have some kind of an offtake. So for instance, if you take the lithium agreement, it says either the company will build the chemical plant to retain some of the value here, or in the event a third party should put up a chemical plant. It's about 360,000 concentrate that will be produced every year. So if somebody comes up and say, hey, we're going to do it, Government of Ghana, then Atlantic Lithium is bound to say, look, I will have to sell maybe 150 or 100,000 tons of the concentrate to that company. So these are some of the policies that we are putting in place. And then there's one thing that I need to say. As part of the sovereign risk, bringing it down, now Government of Ghana is also investing in the mines, and we're doing it on a commercial basis. So we have a sovereign wealth fund for mining, the Mineral Income Investment Fund. We're pouring mining into mines now. So if you take Atlantic Lithium, the Government of Ghana through the Mineral Income Investment Fund has invested $32 million for a 6% stake, and then at the holding company in Australia, 3%. So that's kind of the project for what do you call it, the company, because once government puts in money there, it will not take any measures to destroy the project. So I mentioned political risks, our stability and democracy. So we're also pouring money in it. Then Ashanti Gold, that took over the Resolute mine from, the gold mine from Resolute. There's a lot of investment there. You know, so we have MIF that has about $40 million investment there. So we are also holding discussions with companies that are investing in Ghana to also put in our money at commercial rates. You know, it's not as if the property will be exported and said, you got to do this. It was discussed basically with Atlantic Lithium. Okay. So that dovetails into the sovereign risk thing. No government will put its hard and foreign currency in a project and destroy it.
Government investment in the mine is certainly
government investment.
An incentive to...
Rather than in the 70s and 60s where you used to have a state-owned mine where we did not run them properly. So we're prepared to also put in money. Whatever amount or stake, it has to be discussed with the company at a commercial rate, just like anybody would do anywhere in the world.
Okay, Martin, time's getting away from us, so we might open it to the floor to see if there are any questions. Please, we have one question here. We have a microphone, gentlemen. Here it comes, just down here.
My name's Syed Moaz Shah, and I'm representing the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. And Ghana is, of course, a member of the OIC and a member of our Chamber of Commerce as well. Their federal chamber is our member. It was really amazing, by the way, the things. I'm so glad that I came here. I actually went to your previous speech and then came to this one purposely. One of the things that you spoke about a lot about was foreign investors coming in, and then Ghanaian investment you just spoke about took a share in that to ensure, you know, stability in the investment. My question is how the government maybe is facilitating local companies and developing their talent pool and their investment level to encourage a Ghanaian growth. And the reason for that, and in fact I was very surprised as well on the talent side, because I think that one of the things that we're trying to do at the ICCIA is connect the success stories with OIC countries that are less successful. So just with your conversation, I feel like I definitely have to connect with you afterwards, how we can facilitate that, particularly in the region. And I guess another question that usually the moderator asked that didn't ask, and I'd like to ask that, is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we're here. What is the relationship between Ghana and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, particularly in this mining sector? Has there been a development? Are the Saudis interested in coming and developing a major investment project or something like that? So if you could shed light on that. Thank you.
All right. So two things. Again, if you look at the database of the Minerals Commission, which is a regulator, we have close to about 400 prospecting or exploration licenses. Overwhelmingly 90% are for Ghanaians. And then they bring in folks from Australia or Canada to farm in or do JVs. For instance, this Atlantic Lithium project, originally the prospecting license is for a Ghanaian. They brought in the Australians, and over $50 million worth of investment in the last 10 years has brought us this far. Now, any Ghanaian company can apply to the Sovereign Wealth Fund for assistance, rather than looking out, you know, all the time. So, for instance, Ashanti Gold was basically developed by a Ghanaian. Ghanaians have close to about 50% interest in that stake. They went to the Sovereign Wealth Fund, they got them some $40 million. So that is one route, applying to the Sovereign Wealth Fund to get you assisted as a Ghanaian, apart from the Sovereign Wealth taking its money and putting in projects, the kind of thing your Sovereign Wealth Fund is doing in Saudi here, investing in projects across Africa and other parts of the world. So that is what we are doing. And then Saudi actually has had diplomatic relations with Ghana since the 60s. Our first president, this is the first embassy to be established. And I've seen a lot of requests from Saudi companies, particularly interested in gold. Typically it has been UAE, but now the Saudis are coming into the space, and then they also want to look at other areas.
Like strategic.
The kind of steps you are taking for Mardin, I'm seeing a lot of requests. I think I can see about 17 requests from Saudi individuals and companies interested in gold. And that's why we are here. And I've had several meetings since yesterday. So we'll have a lot of discussions after here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time is against it. We should all head off and have a delicious pineapple juice. I'd like you to join me in thanking Martin KAICC of the Minerals Commission of Ghana. Very interesting and informative discussion. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hope to see you.